What's up? What's going on, everybody? I see the title, Did Black Revolution Kill Black Love? I forgot to put Black Love in quotation marks because it's a faulty concept to begin with, but we're gonna we're gonna dig on into that. We're gonna dig on into that for another Saturday stream. We're about to get on into it. Strap on in. Let's get ready to go. I'm choking already. Let's get ready to go. Let's get it.
Peace, folks. This is X from TPOT Media. Open your mind and wake your black ass up. You know what time it is. Hit that damn like button as you make your way in the door. Grab a seat, settle in, get ready. It's the Grown Man Hour with your host, my man, Bernard Riley.
All right, I'm away from the camera right now. Give me 1 second. One second.
Hold up.
All right, we in here. And the thing that I went to go do didn't work. Either that or I ran out of time. All right, off the air issues. Let me get things together. Let me get things started. Shout out to everybody in the building. Appreciate each and every one of you for being here today. Gonna be having another great, fantastic Saturday show for you guys and girls. I see the title. It's inside jokes going on. Don't pay them no more. Don't mind my laughing. There's inside jokes taking place right now. How Black Revolution killed Black Love. How Black Revolution killed Black Love. We're going to be getting into it. But shout out to Deacon Dave. Shout out to Aaron B. Shout out to what did I say? Like a Dragon Yakuza series generation official. Says divestitures Karens is the problem. Save yourself, black man. SYSBEM. Thank you very much for coming on through. Now my mouse not working. I'm stumbling out the blocks today, but we getting to it. Hoop Jargon in the building says let's get it. Absolutely. So let's go ahead and get on into it. We joined by the Saturday co-host, the hood conservative, in the building, and as y'all know, these wonderful topics that we come up with on on Saturday is 97.999%, if not 99.99%, hood conservative creations. So as always, I kick it to him to sort of take us where we going here. What's prompted this? What we talking about today?
Thank you. I like that phrase, conservative creation. I might have to like start a media company or something, start doing some coon media, some nice coon videos, and write some coon magazines or something like that. That's cool. Conservative creation. This is an idea that I've been thinking about actually for years now, since I kind of discovered the whole manosphere thing. There's something that I've been pondering, and I studied up on it just a little bit at one point in time, like getting a little bit more in depth with like what you would call a character profile. Like when you study certain women of the movement, you start to see patterns. And what I realized is that the Black Revolution in and of itself is a major reason for the dysfunction between the Black men and the Black women. Because what basically happened is, for reasons of revolutionary ideology, the women were turned into essentially a class of warrior women. And not for nothing, they were already sort of known to be a little more aggressive and a little more assertive than other non-Black women. So you took a group of women who are already a little bit, strident. What was that movie? I think it was called Dances with Wolves, and Kevin Costner meets that Indian chick, and her name is Stands with Fist. Like that's all Black women did, is stand with their fist. And so you took this tribe of standing with fist women and turned them into warrior women, and then they went to war with you. And that's essentially been the pattern over the last 2 generations, 40 years now, since the civil rights era. This was something that was sort of born of the civil rights era, and it was radicalized because the civil rights era itself is a two-parter. There's the before King, and then there's the after King, right? Because before King died, and I should say before King's death, but before King died, it was the peaceful protest. We'll march. I don't mind these dogs chewing on my ankle, long as I get justice. Like there was a certain theme working at that, and it did create the sympathetic image of Black people that a lot of us try to trade on. Not us, but like a lot of people try to trade on that sympathetic image of Black people of the King era, right? And then when King died, it got gangster and it went revolutionary and radical, and that is a less sympathetic image of Black people that I think more non-Black people recognize the less sympathetic image of Black people than the image before King died. And
the less sympathetic one, that was probably more so how they saw Black people, and part that was probably part of their recoil. It was like see they being the niggas we thought they were. That sort of gave them that. But King's way of doing it, even though I don't like it, I understand the logic behind it. I understand how it was like if it's any way to weaponize victimhood, that was the way to do it. Go out there and be an actual victim and don't fight back, and just let people see you getting bit by a dog. And it was stupid, but I understand how and why it was effective. I want to circle it back before we get too far afield. You said Black women were sort of taught to be warrior women anyway. Explain that one. Because the video we're going to play. There's some interesting stuff in there. Where it was a man speaking in 1968, and he was saying that my daddy may have went forward or may have put up with this or such and such, but men like me and my generation, we not gonna do it. Now he's saying that in 68, so sometime before his time. It sort of dispels a myth that at least that I think I like to operate in that myth that there was some time before time in the long ago where where black women were softer and nicer, but he was like, no, if you find old clips from 1968 and listen to him talk, it's like the black men be basically saying that no, they've been on some bullshit, and so, but I want to circle it back to when you said warrior women. They were like raised or taught to be these warrior women, and then it was weaponizing as black men. When and how were they even raised to be taught to be warrior women? I don't know if that's the case. I don't necessarily get that. What were you saying? What were you getting at there?
Well, this is something that got really heavily exacerbated after King died, and you had a lot of these proper Marxists take the forefront. So when you have what's that one chick, Angela Davis. Angela Davis is the ideological warrior woman.
Okay.
And so the model, the social activism, and look, the flirtation with the criminal underworld, all of that kind of started. It has a root that traces back to like essentially the Black Panthers in a lot of ways, and not just the Panthers specifically, but the whole revolutionary moment, and the Panthers were kind of the nexus of that. And so basically, in order to overthrow the quote white supremacist power structure, black men and black women had to become a militarized community in and of itself, right? Well, the women became militant as well, and that's where you started to get the warrior women thing from. And so you would start to see so when you have women complain about the nature of the Black Panthers, like women from inside the Panthers who later on would complain about stuff happening in the Panthers, that was part of those women saying, listen, we don't have to follow these men. We don't like what these men doing. We can do for our own. We can do our own thing. And after the 70s and the Panthers kind of fizzled out or whatever, the women were in charge of the politics at that point.
I see. Yeah. All right. Shout out to everybody in the building. Make sure you hit the like button. I see 70 people in here. Make sure you hit the like button. That helps with the algo, helps get people in the building, We definitely want to do that. Now, I want to start pulling the clip that I was speaking about. I'm going to grab that. But setting everything up, going back from, the King's life and the way he constructed movement, so to speak, and then post that, that's when the revolution came. Revolution fizzled out, as I understand how you're saying. Revolution fizzled out. Black women still, still fist in the air, raging at the machine, or was it a matter of, well, the movements are fizzling out, but then there's aspects of affirmative action coming in, Title IX coming in, all kind of stuff and benefits, so to speak, that they were benefiting from. So it kind of phased into them just fighting for their political benefit. I think that's what you was more or less saying.
Well, it went from a black thing to a feminist thing. And if you actually start to look at the ideology that motivated guys like the Panthers and then the Black revolutionaries, their ideology made room for women's empowerment. So you empowered the women who eventually stabbed you in the back and took your movement. Don't empower women. If I need to say it out loud, let me just say it that one time.
Right on. Yeah, I'm pulling the clip right now. Give me a second. Trying to get that, trying to make that do what it do. I'm taking too long getting the clips ready, but that's a what the hell? My computer acting real slow. That's a reoccurring thing that don't empower women. Go ahead.
There's another element, and we're gonna get to dissect this heavily when you run the clip. And this is something that I've been you probably heard me say this before on a panel at one point, but the very ideology of pro-blackness and white supremacy and whatever is the reason why black women don't have to respect black men. And when you back them into a corner and you get past all of their shenanigans and their fake love, they'll tell you, you ain't overthrow the white man. Why the fuck should I respect you? And my point is, you did this to yourself. You told her this story, and now when she uses this story against you, where do you go? You got nothing left.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's why I have my gripes with men even in this space talking about white supremacy and it's like you're telling if you're talking about the ill shit that women do, and then if you end up in a discussion in a debate with one of those women, and then you're making an argument about how men can't do what they need to do because of another group of men, you've gave her all the ammunition she needs to shit on you in that discussion. And then you're just left there with your hands tied behind your back, but I can't do nothing. I can't, it's a line of argumentation that leads to nowhere. And
That
there's
argumentation has spawned the great infamous Iron Bang, Sinji, and an entire new YouTube industry of divester channels who are basically devoted to turning that narrative against the black man. And I'm all for it. To tell you the truth, I think you deserve it. If you go around telling your woman you ain't shit, you deserve to have your woman throw it in your face how you ain't shit.
Yeah. All right, but let's get into it. That's a whole rabbit hole. When we've talked about that one, some people don't get it. I've had lots of discussions. I've had lots of discussions about that. The one-on-one I did with Roger Report a long time ago. It was the conversation was something along the lines of, if you accept that we are oppressed, then by what logical grounds do you have to criticize the women if she's just responding to captivity that you agree that you're currently in too? It's like, that argument begins to make sense. You're the man, put an end to the captivity by hook or crook, one way or another, and then you can come talk. But that's the argument that they can make, and that's logic. It logically follows that that's what black men would have to do if they accept that bullshit argument that they are in captivity in a free country. So
and look, this clip is from like 1968, and she uses the exact same argument, bro. It's always been there, and for whatever reason, it's too complicated to explain. Niggas don't get it.
Yeah. But all right, let's roll it.
The feeling of racial pride is not new for many African Americans, but the resurgence of black awareness and pride, black men and women face new problems, not only in relation to white society, but to each other in a black society.
It's funny listening to him talk. Okay, I'm being wrong. I'm being racist. I don't know how this man actually talk, but that Ted Koppel impression that he's doing, I just tend to believe that's not his natural speaking voice. It's like, nigga, you don't talk like that. All right.
That's how you had to talk. And listen, if you want to be on the white man's TV back then, that's how everybody had to talk. Those was the rules, bro.
All right. Get that money. Get that money. All right, here we go.
Recently, there has been a stream of articles on this subject, and the Chicago Daily Defender, America's largest black newspaper, began a series some weeks ago on the emergence of the new black woman. Betty Washington, reporter for the paper, surveyed the Chicago scene to report on how black men and women believe the revolution and racial pride will affect them and their families, before the sociologists and experts tell us how we are supposed to react.
As a reporter for the Chicago Daily Defender, and as a black woman married to a black man, I've become deeply aware of the effects of this new black revolution on the relationship between black man and black woman.
Yeah, real quick.
I see it among my own friends, and I also see it in my...
All right, go ahead.
This is wrong of me, And you know, I totally admit I'm being ignorant and biased, but just looking at her back in 1968, she looked like she already too good for her man. I can see it in her eyes. She trying to upgrade on that nigga. I could be wrong. I could be wrong, but you know, I'm looking in her eyes and she hate that nigga.
You fucking garbage man. Like she already, you know, she whatever he do. because she show up to work in a buttoned up blouse and her hair straightened in 1968. He better than him.
Right. Like, you know, he probably got a blue collar job. The nigga build cars or some shit down at Ford.
He probably got the job that Denzel Washington had in Fences.
I was just thinking about Denzel, bro. That Fences movie was everything. When I finally did watch it, I really do love that depiction of that little moment in time in Black America, because that was a deep movie. That was a deep movie. And I can't even talk shit about like Viola Davis or nothing. And she was a great woman, and she hated him righteously, but she respected him at the same time. No,
yes.
It was beautiful.
Absolutely. And like I've seen some men try to criticize that character. No, she was solid. She was solid. She was by that man's side. Even when he died and he had a baby by another, she took care of the bastard baby after he died. It's like, you know, you can't knock her. And that conversation was damn good. And I understood where he was coming from, where he was saying that he didn't do what he wanted to do in life, and what do you say? He just bunted and got on first base and just been stuck on first base. But she wasn't wrong when she, with a snot bubble, crying with a snot bubble coming out her nose, like, I've been stuck on first base beside you. It's like, it was, you understood both sides of the argument.
I felt that moment. I couldn't hate her at all in that little scene.
Yeah, I felt all of that. That was a damn good movie. But all right.
My home. But the most revealing and the most vocal statements about what the new black man expects from the new black woman came when I met with a group of young unmarried friends one Saturday afternoon.
I think that what's happening in America as far as black men, black women is concerned is that there's a revolution within a revolution. We are fighting our own woman. Our woman will not allow us to emerge as black men. No. But our black women, who has been put in this role of aiding white America, white structure, and castrating the black male, has continued doing this. She cannot live with us. It's not that we can't live with her.
Are you blaming us? Are you saying that it's our fault that this happened?
No, I'm not blaming black America.
It's not us, it's y'all. It's not that we can't live with y'all. Y'all can't live with us. And now this is back in the 60s, and it's been going on for that long. Like my mom was like a baby when this conversation was happening.
Yeah, my mom was born 1962.
Right.
God damn. So that is just some interesting shit right there. That is some interesting shit. Like let's parse it out. Like, civil rights movement was 1965. So if that was the landmark moment where, okay, black people were in a roundabout way given a fair shake and integrated into society, I'm like, oh, hey, I've only had 3 years of, it's a new era of America, and black America in particular, but America as a whole, post 1965. Y'all only been 3 years into the new era, and it's like, this shit already over. It's like it was over before then. It's like, so it's almost like they wouldn't. Hold on. This gives some credence to the argument, is that they weren't fighting for more opportunity so they could be together and build together. I've heard somebody say this, and I thought they was exaggerating, but this shit was about the black people, the sophisticated black people that wanted to get away from black people wanted integration. that's what it just reeks of, because it was like never okay, we got more opportunity, let's work together, let's stay together, let's build some shit together. It's like, no, before that shit we couldn't be, we had a hard time being together even though we was together, and now post the civil rights movement, still a hard time being together. So it's just like, wow. But go ahead, what you gonna say?
Well, I was gonna just sort of ask a question. Is it a fair question to ask, though? Did we sacrifice community for the civil rights fight? Did we just sort of put down all the ties of community seem to be fading away? Like, I talk about like the whole era of Big Mama is gone. The big man, he's been long gone. The color purple killed him. We're going to talk about that in a minute too. But like the image of like the strong black father is dead, long dead. The image of the black matriarchal figure is kind of fading away now too. And I have to ask the question, did we sacrifice all that for, so-called civil rights?
It's a fair question. Fair question. I gotta think on it. I mean, I'm trying. I mean, I don't want to give a univariate analysis because I'm sure there's other moving parts as to why all those things you said faded away. It can't just be okay. Civil rights happened, and then now a lot of that shit is gone. But I think a fair discussion. I mean, obviously, a fair discussion could be had that aspects of the good parts of what would have been a good black community integrated into white communities. That happened. So yeah, I think some aspect of community definitely was given up. We've talked about that before. But then there's some other things that, like, what were the other things you mentioned? That's fallen by the wayside, like some of those
Well, like
things.
the patriarch, the image of the patriarch. I mean,
Oh yeah.
that's kind of gone, long gone, right? And then after the patriarch was the Big Mama. Grandpa gone and Big Mama got the house now, and that image, I think you and I might have been the last of that generation, perhaps, and. Well, not the last of, but that was the we're of that last generation. I don't think there's a great there's not going to be that Big Mama thing in the future. And I just look back at all that, and I wonder, did we sacrifice that for this civil rights dream? And you're right, you're definitely right. It's it's unfair to just go univariate, but I do think there is maybe a thread that you can kind of follow, probably from like a series of events, and trace it back to certain ideologies. Because, like I said, the men of the revolutionary movement had no problem essentially masculinizing their own women for the sake of revolution. That didn't go away.
Yeah, that's a way angle of it I never thought about, that the women got masculinized just for, you need as many soldiers as possible on the front line of the Revolutionary War. But and they stayed revolutionary.
Right, because the thinking, and I can't find this clip at the moment, but I was watching something. I remember, and I covered this a while back on my channel, but there was this clip of it's probably something from like the Hezekiah News channel, but there was a documentary about the Panthers and just how radical they are. And so they used to have like little workshops with women and children where they would pass out pamphlets to the kids. It'd be like cartoon drawings, kill the pig or whatever. It'd be a cop, but he's a pig though. And there's some little kid with a gun shooting at the cop. It's like, this is the material they would hand out. And then they would teach the women, weapons training and all these little subversive tactics or whatever. And it's like, you do realize you're essentially creating a fifth column right in the bed next to you. Well, maybe they didn't realize it.
Let's look, before we roll the tape, let's look at what Jay Hall said right there. Come on, let's break this down to the DNA. Now, that's something that I like to do because I think a lot of it is baked into the cake of black people, but that's a whole nother story that can get even more controversial. But he says, let's break this down to the DNA level. There has never been a patriarchal society in Africa, so there is no set point in our culture. I don't know if that's true. I mean, from what I hear, even today, Nigerian men are pretty patriarchal and don't play that shit, and they got like a less than 1% divorce rate. I think they if your divorce rate is that high, I mean, if your get married and stay married rate is that damn high, I think that gotta be patriarchal. So,
Nigeria is, a tiny country considering the size and scope of Africa. And I don't know if that sentiment is completely far off. Because, look, I've actually joked about this, honestly. Look, if you're going to tell me that Africa is matriarchal, then it makes all the sense in the world that the patriarchal white man conquered it so easily. And I
Yeah.
think there may be some truth in that, to tell you the truth. Frankly, there may be a little truth in that.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. That's something I got to research. If there's any long-standing evidence of patriarchy in Africa, but we'll get into it. I'll have to research that and get into it later. But
That we can't live with her.
Are you blaming us? Are you saying that it's our fault that this happened?
No, I'm not blaming black America women. I just said that we're fighting our own woman. Our woman will not allow us to.
Young unmarried friends one Saturday afternoon.
I think that what's happening in America as far as black men, black women is concerned is that there's a revolution within a revolution. We are fighting our own woman. Our woman will not allow us to emerge as black men. No. But our black women, who has been put in this role of aiding white America, white structure, and castrating the black male, has continued doing this. She cannot live with us. It's not that we can't live with her.
Are you blaming us? Are you saying that it's our fault that this happened?
No, I'm not blaming black America women. I just said that I'm blaming the system. They are victims of the system like the black male.
Well, why do you say that we are castrating you? You say that you want to be the leaders. Okay, well, what about the black professional woman? Are you saying that there should be no black professional woman? Are you trying to deny black women the right to be creative, the right to function?
We're not asking for
that, even back then, they will merge those two things. A woman having, some creativity or some intelligence or something that she could use that's, that's out on something that's marketable, a woman having a marketable skill that can make some money. She wants that's different from her being an outright out-of-pocket bitch at home. Like when he's talking about castrating the men, I don't think he's talking about a woman having the ability to earn money, but they try to narrow it down to that. You're saying just because, okay, I went to school, I have this degree that says I'm qualified to get this job. You're saying that I need to not have this ability to earn money because it makes you smaller. No, it's the attitude that they be having that come with that makes it to the point to where the man is just like, fuck this shit, I'm out. They try to make it seem like it's one and not the other, though.
Let's look this monster square in the eye, right?
Mm-hmm.
Your position presupposes that women essentially have the same rational approach to things as men. Just because I'm the one with the money doesn't mean I disrespect you, right? It's easy for a man to rationalize that position in the relationship as the man who would have the money and the ability. If you're the protector, provider, you provide all these great things and all that. That should be that's the general position for you. Yeah, just because you do all these things doesn't mean you get to be an asshole about it, right? I don't think women are built that way. I really don't, and frankly. It is as simple as you getting money. If money is a measure of protection and provision in a world where we're not, fighting bears and slaying dragons and shit, money is your most rational measure of protection and provision, then the mere entry of her into not like listen, women have always been able to do like some jobs, domestic stuff. So, her being a seamstress, her running some laundry or something like that in and of itself was never really seen as some kind of threat onto, into masculine territory. And so the money that you would make from that may be enough money to support yourself as a single woman, especially if you're like a widow or you're, 35 years old and it's 1,700 and this is what you got to do to keep the shekels coming in, the shillings coming in. Yeah, be a seamstress or whatever, do laundry, whatever, be somebody's maid or something, right? So the idea that a woman could never earn money on her own is a bit of a lie on its face. The problem is there are always jobs that are not considered men's work just because it's physical, but it's the type of income that you could build a family on. And when women got access to that type of money, they became a direct threat. Not just to the individual man who might want to pursue this woman. She's now a threat to his hopes of having his patriarchal family, right? But they become a direct threat to the entire order of men wanting to have a patriarchal family. Now you have to contend with this, and they have the support to back it up. That is a problem. And you're not really allowed to talk about it like that, because we have to operate under this lie that women somehow want exactly what men want. Like equality means we want the same thing, apparently. Like, no. Equality means we support them until they stab us in the back. That's all that's ever happened with equality. And when you look at the job situation, and you when you look at women into the workforce, and sort of compare that to the whole relationship dynamic, you're watching it play out right now on the screen. The fact that you have the ability, it means you might actually want to do something totally different. And in fact, you might want to basically wreck everything I've been trying to do up until this point. And that's what the man on the screen is talking about when he says, well, you don't want to let the man be the man.
Right. No, good stuff. Definitely good stuff.
And before I'm done, I gotta go in on this. But before we get too far back on that, there is a racial component, and we were talking about how Africa was a matriarchy, or questioning whether it was or wasn't a matriarchy. And let me lay something out for you. Whether or not Africa is a matriarchy is irrelevant to this moment, to this question. The black man of that time period, this is 1968 or whatever. So, like it or not, the image of middle-class successful existence is set by white people.
Mm-hmm.
It's just whatever it is, what it is. Now, the black man wants his own version of that, but he doesn't necessarily want exactly what the white man has, because look, men can accept the positioning of like, look, that man is a millionaire, he can have the Bentley, yada yada yada, but I can have a house, I can have a nice car, I can have a woman by my side. And so the black man kind of wants to carve out his own vision of that, and the black woman is resistant to that in a weird way, and that is playing out on the screen right now as well.
Mm-hmm. All right, is J Hall being timed out, or why is this message being deleted? I don't see what's going on. That got to be an accident. I don't think what he said. Patriarchy leads to feminine and beautification of women. Matriarchy leads to, I can't see that, warrior physicality of, okay. The ones with, yeah, I don't, what's going on? Don't be timing out wildly. I think that was Dollar Washer time somebody out for what seems like no reason. So y'all be careful with that, chill with that. But all right, my man Sir Tice in the building with the $10 super chat. Shout out to Sir Tice. He said, happy Memorial Day weekend. Absolutely. I always forget about Memorial Day. Happy Memorial Day weekend. He said US weekend. Shout out to Hood. The archival footage loves these topics. Salute. Absolutely. Thank you, Sir Tice. Do appreciate the super chat.
What do we get for $10? Everything you want.
And shout out to Royce J. He says a little something to piss off the Wakandans. I heard somebody say some Wakandans were in the chat room. I don't know what y'all talking about, but I'm watching the chat now. Try to see what's going on. Hopefully ain't nothing too ignorant going on in the chat room. Well, if so, let it rock.
Hey, speaking of Wakandans, homegirl in the clip with the short
go ahead.
Yeah, homegirl in the clip with the short afro, that is a warrior woman's haircut. They just hadn't reached the point of just shaving that shit totally bald yet. It's going to take them like 40 more years to get that bold, but that was basically the Wakanda back then. That was a version of the Wakanda warrior woman. Right, there you go. Yeah, that bitch ready for battle.
Yeah, and I was looking at her, I was like, man, goddamn, man, bring on the 2 pounds of makeup, the weave, the lashes, and the Instagram filters. Shit, that's what they had to look at. All right. Anyway, oh shit, I'm just playing.
Hey, look. She is the reason why Black love is dead. Her face killed it.
They did need filters back then. But all right. Anyway.
Professional woman, are you trying to deny black women the right to be creative, the right to function?
We're not asking for you to take a back seat. We're saying that you have got to be astute enough
and can view the situation well enough where you just automatically know what your role is and step back. And whenever you want to have that aggressive thing, this is the thing that the young black man today is not going to tolerate. My old man tolerated it because his old man tolerated it. It came up for years and years and years. But today, the young black man is not going to take it. He's going to be out there as a leader.
White America.
All right. That was the part I was talking about earlier in the show. Now, this is 1968. Now, let's look at this man. Now, some people looked a bit older back then, you know. Right now, he looked like he could be, he looked like...
Look at her, too, though. Look at her next to him. There ain't no safe space in none of these hoes.
I know, but what I'm saying is this could very well be a 22-year-old man, damn near looking 35. But, so let's just give him 25, okay? It's 1968. We're giving him 25 years old. That means he was born in 1942, and he's talking about my father put up with it. So he's talking about his father was putting up with shit for black women in the 40s. Okay?
His father probably killed half a dozen Germans and had to come home and listen to this bullshit.
Like, think about that, though. It's like some of us, myself included, like I said earlier in the show, do have some delusions of grandeur that, there was a time when, they were more softer and more feminine. But no. He's sitting there saying this same bullshit that y'all talking right now. My daddy put up with it, and I ain't gonna put up with it. Me and my generation ain't gonna put up with it. Well, y'all did, because I think that definitely the next generation, because these are not boomers. I think this is the greatest generation right here, because in 1968, if they grown in 1968, they wouldn't the boomers. The boomers were
no, the boomers were the greatest generation. No. These would be boomers. The greatest generation would be his dad, who fought in the war.
So hold on. Wait, okay, when was boomers?
The greatest generation gave birth to the boomers, who gives birth to Gen X, I believe. I think that's the sequence.
Oh, you're right. I think these are boomers.
Yeah, these are the babies of the boomers, the baby boomers. These are the babies. These why they were called the boomers, because it was a baby boom right after the war. So his dad, he's born in, if you did the math and you ran him back to being born around the 40s, that means his dad could have been right of that age to go kill some Germans, invade on D-Day. Well, they weren't no black people on D-Day, but still, they wound up bringing the black people later. And his dad killed some Germans, came home and had to fight a war with his mom ever since. And he's saying, I don't want to have to fight 2 wars just to live in this country. That's kind of the position. So you had the greatest generation, and then he's the baby boomer, and he's the baby right now.
Okay. That's good stuff. I was trying to Google it, but you broke it down. But all right. So these are boomers talking about they not gonna go for what their daddy went for. But no, y'all definitely went for it, and y'all be on the internet right now, looking all with PTSD, sounding like damn Rodney King. Can't we all just get along now? I mean, that's how the boomers sounding right now on the internet.
And look, they said they wasn't going to take it, but they took it. They took it.
Yeah. Talking about we not going to take it. Yeah, I did. Yeah, I did. Y'all be on here with PTSD.
His old man tolerated it. Came up for years and years and years. But today, the young black man today is not going to tolerate it. My old man tolerated it because his old man tolerated it. Came up for years and years and years. But today, the young black man is not going to take it. He's going to be out there as a leader.
White America has used black women to keep the black male in his place. And you're still aiding him by saying, well, we are qualified, we want to work, we can help.
Okay, how are you going to reprogram men so that they don't let us take over what's supposed to be their responsibility? And men that I have had dealings with, they are perfectly willing to sit back and let us do anything we want to.
I don't think that you have to reprogram men. I think you have to reprogram women.
No, you have to reprogram the man so that he will forcefully take what belongs to him, because women, as long as we can get, we're gonna get, and it's part of our being. We're going to do anything to you that you let us, whether we want to or not.
You don't want to.
No, it's crazy. In this moment, this was the scene right here. She was begging for him to tell her to shut the fuck up or get out.
I was just about to say, when women start talking like that, they are advocating for their own ass to be whooped. Not saying they should do it. Not saying not saying that, but if a woman in a relationship with a man is saying that I'm going to do whatever you let me get away with, whether I even want to do it or not, just the mere fact that I could get away with it and you ain't gonna do nothing, I'm gonna do it to you. You have to forcefully not allow me to do it. How am I supposed to interpret that as some full-blown Klingon wrangle the banshee, advocate for her own ass whooping shit that she's advocating for 1968? She's like, I don't know how to interpret that. Now, me being a, modern, evolved, civilized gentleman in 2023, no, I'm gone. I'm walking out the door. I ain't, I ain't about to be in there trying to hog tie no chick. But yeah, I can't look at what she said and say that she's not advocating for an ass whooping.
Yeah.
Am I hearing it wrong?
No, listen, I have a clip of this is like, one of those little quick drops you press, and I have one of those clips of Brittany Cooper. And I got it like, so the image is one of those, Norman Rockwell and those Americana kind of paintings he's famous for, the little boy and his dog, the little boy walking fishing, all that, the little young kids playing. There's a whole theme of paintings like that. And I got a picture like that of like some family, it's a white family like in the 50s, and they're in the station wagon, and they look like they're having a great time on their way down to the country. And the clip has Brittany Cooper up in the far top corners saying, a patriarchy like what white men have, that isn't going to help anybody. That's certainly not going to help black people. And it's basically like they've been denying us access to that white patriarchy, even though they want the rewards of that white patriarchy. And then on the other hand, shitting on us for not kicking them out the way of having the white patriarchy. It's like, well, you ain't man enough to stop me from stopping you. You don't deserve white patriarchy. Like, it's such a mind fuck when you really start getting into it.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it is. It absolutely is. I'm trying to find a clip here, trying to get it loaded into the chamber. Speaking of white patriarchy.
Daddy, you spanked Mama.
You're darn tootin' I did.
That means you love her.
That's what I've been trying to tell her.
All right. had to roll that one out.
This is like the black version of that in a weird way, or she's asking for a black version of that, but it's a trap. It's always a trap for the man, and that's what makes it such a mind fuck.
Yeah.
Live on the level of income that I can afford you and love me on the basis of that. You want to always be aspiring to have all those things that's a part of the great middle class white American society, and because I can't deliver these things to you, you say that you are not a man.
I don't measure do anything to you that you let us, whether we want to or not.
You don't want to live on.
It was an edit right there. I don't think we really hearing what the men said after that. I mean, this was, TV.
Right, this is a media production, so they're gonna show us what they want.
So I imagine that those men was like, I imagine they said it was. I mean, you could see the edit, but I imagine they said something after that. We gonna do whatever you let us do, whether we want to do it or not. We just gonna do it if you let us. I'd imagine they said something else, but anyway, what he said after that was necessary. It was necessary to run it back.
The level of income that I can afford you and love me on the basis of that. I want to live on the level of income. I want to live on.
No, there we go.
It's part of our being. We're going to do anything to you that you let us, whether we want to or not.
You don't want to live on the level of income that I can afford you and love me on the basis of that. You want to always be aspiring to have all those things that's a part of the great middle class white American society, and because I can't deliver these things to you, you say that you are not a man.
I don't measure.
That was a part right there. All right. That's still going on today, where a lot of black women, and you hear it in these conversations online, and sometimes you don't want to measure everything based off what you're hearing online, based off how the conversations go online. But the fact of the matter is, is that, and it sort of came up in the conversation I had when I had the chick on my show. She was kind of saying that, we was talking about couples splitting the bills and everything, and she was like, no, his money got to be able to pay all the bills. We don't want to be able to have to depend on my money, and then then what if something happened and then now we can't make it? But the mere fact that it doesn't occur to them in more or less the context of how he was explaining it is, the money that I make, that's the money that I make. That's what I'm living just fine off of. You can come into my life and we can live off that money. But they have it in their head that every white woman is waking up, sipping sipping lemonade under an umbrella on a sunny day on the balcony, and that's the life that every white woman is living. And if we can't aspire to that, if you can't give me that, it will be some problems. It will be some rifts. Or I gotta work so we can just present that type of lifestyle, or or keep up with the images of that kind of lifestyle. But now I'm working. Now I'm making money in man world. Now I'm coming home. I'm grabbing my nuts and talking shit to you now. All right, go ahead.
Well, remember, the main reason why she can even look at him and say that isn't just because the black and white racial situation of the day. There's also the ideology that they're selling, right? So white supremacy as a concept, if you have to paint the picture in your mind and fill it out, then it makes perfect sense to believe that every white woman is sitting up with her feet up and living in the lap of luxury. She got 2.5 slaves to take care of all of her needs and shit. Of course you would think that. Of course. And yes, you would look right across at the black man like, why I don't have what the white woman have? Because he told you all these things. And so it creates, it's a trap. It becomes a trap that you create for yourself.
Mm-hmm. What you got down there in the back?
This is for later. This is a conversation between the great Frances Cress Welsing. She's like she's well loved in pro-black circles, and they were talking about black men and white women back then. And I thought it was an interesting conversation. It's way too long. I don't want to go through the whole entirety of it, but there's a great dynamic at play here, and it kind of highlights what I keep talking about with this ideology of white supremacy and how far the women will take it, because women don't have to think the way men do. They're going to think the way they think about it. And she creates this whole world of a false reality, essentially, because of this thing called white supremacy. Like, if you believe in white supremacy, then everything she says kind of makes sense. And then they're having a conversation about interracial dating. So it's nuts, but we'll get to that later.
All right. Shout out to Roguish the Build Monger, says black women do need to go through a breaking process if she is bonding adequately. The chick was also owning up to the irrationalities of black women as well. Yep, yeah, no, she was owning it. She was owning it. She was being honest about being a bitch on purpose. Absolutely. That much is true, that much is facts. That much is true, that much is facts. Thank you for the super chat. Do appreciate that. All right, let's roll some more of the not so beautiful bean footage.
A man by how much money he can bring home. I measure a man by how he treats me. Whether when I'm tired and I'm sick and I'm scared, he's there.
Oh, now she just contradicted herself. She says she don't measure a man by how much money he can bring home. She measure a man by how he treats her. Whether she's tired, she's sick, or whatever, he's there. So now she's saying you just got to be there and you just got to love me and we good. But in the other breath, she was saying, I'm going to do and get away with whatever the hell I can. It's your job to stop me. And if you don't stop me, I'm going to be an even bigger bitch. And it's your fault because I'm just a bitch. And it is what it is. I'm gonna do stuff to you I don't even want to do, but if you let me do it, I'm gonna do it. Like she just said that, but now she's talking lovey-dovey shit. Like it's, I mean, it was an edit, so we don't know how. It don't even matter how far apart those two statements were. Those statements seem like they came from two different individuals. Like we're seeing bipolarness coming out of the same mind. Like that was ridiculous.
It's not bipolarness.
Okay.
Spiders aren't bipolar. Think about it like this, right? If the money was so unimportant, why are you fighting so hard for your right to make it?
Yeah, but I'm still seeing a contradictory statement coming from her. I'm still seeing a contradictory statement coming from her. Yes, she's saying on one hand the money is not important, but the part that I was focused on is she was talking like she just cared, like it's just important that you love me. That's
well,
what,
no. The disagreement I think that you thought we had is that you're saying it's bipolar as if she can't help it, and I'm saying no, she's like a spider getting you caught in the web.
Okay, I didn't understand the spider analogy. That's what it was. Okay, so
yeah, spiders aren't bipolar. They do one thing and they do it well.
Okay, got you. That's what. Okay, I see. I didn't understand the spider analogy. Got you.
For these women, the men are there, but with the feeling of racial pride has come new conflicts and new problems. Across America.
This is one of those videos where she sounds like the National Geographic white person examining the animals indigenous to some land somewhere. In the lives of these primates, the female and the like come on.
Yeah, I love this old footage, bro. It's just so unique. Nobody acts like this anymore.
I love the old footage. It just don't feel right when I hear white people, when I see white people studying black people in the same context that they study animals out on the Sahara. It just makes me feel weird. That's all.
Listen, I know there has to be that exact footage out there, and Hollywood just would never let you see it. But I know there is like some recording of a white guy out in the Serengeti following some tribe around, and he's just gotten like his personal documentary journal. He's just like, it's so fascinating. Look at the Maasai warriors as they gallivant in front of the Maasai women. Like I'm telling you, that footage is out there, but somebody felt like it was too controversial.
Yeah. Because like when they study those animals, and they looking at like the mating patterns and the weird things, animals do like, weird stuff, little telltale signs to let the other one know that they're ready, ready to to mate and everything. And you know it's a white person studying some black people somewhere, and they're doing it in that same way, in that same context.
Actually, it is out there. Now that I think about it, I actually watched it. I covered it. And it was almost triggering for me to watch it when I found out about the goddamn cargo cult. I was like, holy shit, this is real. This is mind-blowing on so many levels.
Yeah.
They meet to discuss what black awareness means to their families and to them as black women of today.
There have been a lot of myths created about the black family. We all recognize that. And one of the most pernicious myths is the myth of the black matriarch, and this whole concept. And I think this is one of the reasons that the black community reacted so negatively to the Moynihan report, because we know that that's not true.
It was not like
the black woman has not been a matriarch in the sense that it has been defined thus far. And thank God research, and I hope black research, is being done now to reverse that kind of thing. In fact, the black woman has been a woman at the head of a household, not by choice, but by necessity. And more often, that's right, and more often than not, she is not a strong, matriarchal, aggressive, domineering figure. She is a woman in search of a man. But this story has not been told.
The prejudiced society created what we have now. So that's what we...
I don't know if you caught the disrespect in that line, but she's basically saying y'all niggas is bitches. That's why we act this way. She is a woman in search of a man. What do you hold on? This entire nation of black men, all these dark-skinned Mississippi brothers out here, and you gonna sit here and tell me in my face that you just ain't found a man yet, and that's why you act this way. Oh, come on. And none of these women have their hair like that's not what I mean. No. Why is everyone with short hair like they all got a haircut before this? They all went to like the lesbian barbershop before this interview. Nobody had like long hair back then. Not one of y'all was mixed, nothing. Like everybody just got the warrior cut. The light skin, well, she probably was mixed. The light skin chick that was just talking, she got like that short I work in the office haircut. Oh man, the feminism. This thing is just dripping with feminism, actually. And the idea that she could really sit here and say, oh, the black woman was never the big domineering matriarch. She was always forced into that position, right? So why do they fight so hard to keep it if they never wanted it? If that was like a burden that was pushed onto them, then why do they fight so hard to keep it? And then actually now we basically have just dropped all the pretense when we're in like the manosphere nowadays talking about it. It's easy to say that they kind of manipulate the situation so that they can wind up as the matriarch. They will do every little thing they can possibly do to become the matriarch. And quiet is kept, they want to be like that, that big mama. They saw their mom do it. They saw their aunties and them do it. Why they can't do it? They didn't need no man. She don't need no man. And so like that idea it was a lie back then. And it's crazy to even watch it go down. And nobody was allowed to check that shit, I guess. Nobody was allowed to call that out. It was wild. Bernard, you still with us? Okay, I think Bernard took a break for a moment. But that whole scene is nuts, though. That whole scene is nuts. Like, all right. She says that they're not the domineering matriarchal figure, right? But here's another problem. Here's another thing I noticed. And if you watch the interaction between even the women on the in that first clip when they were all kind of sitting around in a room together, those women were a little bit more aggressive. Like they not like they were being physical or nothing, but just her position wasn't really accommodating or anything like that. She flat out said, I'm gonna do whatever I can get away with you. And so the thing is, like, the idea that there are essentially benevolent matriarchs. I think that's the lie that a lot of black men have been sort of operating under too. And it's wild when you think about it directly like that. The lie of the benevolent matriarch. That's what is kind of motivating this defense of single motherhood that you get from a lot of men. The idea that, like, my mom, she was a great mom. She did it all by herself, even as a crack fiend, mama, you always was a black queen, mama. And like, especially the last couple of generations going through all kind of street problems, the crack war and social stuff going on. It's kind of hard to imagine that we really, really did just create a generation, like 2 or 3 generations of benevolent matriarchs. Like, I think the reason why we have this thing called the black manosphere is because a lot of men have just sort of gotten sick of the lie of the benevolent matriarch. I think it's, and honestly, it is something I was explaining, I was kind of alluding to before when you talk about, like, men and women really are just different on the inside, right? The idea that women will be given the reins of power and still operate within some sort of, boundary or some sort of, moral decency. We're seeing over and over again that women break the boundaries of morality and social decency way more willingly than men do. And part of the reason is because, we are also in a position of nobody likes to check women, right? So women get to just push the boundaries all the time. And Oh, Bernard, are you back?
Yeah, man. Yeah, I had a situation.
All right, cool.
Yeah, I'm back.
But yeah, I was just talking about how she was lying about this whole thing, and this concept of the benevolent matriarch. And I said that lie is basically the reason why the manosphere exists, because niggas are tired of living under the lie of the benevolent matriarch. Like the woman who's alone with all the power tends to run amok and destroy everything around her, including the kids.
Yeah, that's one thing I always say. The reason that the black manosphere particularly exists, and a major component of what it does is gives a pushback, counterpunch, or clapback to the more black woman centric narratives and propagandas against black men. We give a male centric, black male centric counterpunch or clapback to the woman centric propaganda against black men. Like that's pretty much what we do, and pretty much what we do and what we've been doing. So yeah, no, I definitely agree.
Word. Okay, we have a revolution going on. What part of the revolution?
We're in the
created what we have now. So that's what we were. Okay, we have a revolution going on. What part of the revolution?
We're in the evolution. I think the revolution is yet to come.
Yeah, it's the
Well, this thing
we
will
keep
stay
tossing the word revolution around lightly. Everybody.
Actress Val Ward performs the works of our black poets and dramatists. For her, black awareness is not revolutionary, but the very foundation of her marriage. Val's husband, Francis Ward, talks of the struggles of the black family in the past and the obstacles that lie ahead.
It's extremely important for black history and culture to be transmitted from generation to generation. And the best way, the most effective way that this has always been done is through the family, acting as the primary unit of social organization. And I think one reason why it has not been done with black people is because of the destruction done to our family life. So this certainly has to be one function of the black marriage, to begin to reemphasize and to pick up the thread of Afro-American history and culture that has been left off generations ago. And
Interesting. So he's saying something about the destruction of our family life. But if you were to go back to, and I think Thomas Sowell's like famously quoted that he's made this stat famous that Black America was more married than white America at a certain point in American history. So it kind of, I'm wondering where exactly he's pulling that destruction of our families thing from. Is he going all the way back to slavery? And it's like we were kind of repairing all that damage before this revolution came along.
Yeah, that's sort of that speaks to the title, how Black Revolution killed Black love in quotation marks, because that's a weird concept to put black before love. But yeah, no, the good points on that. Good points.
Why love can't be black?
Well, I mean, look, when I start hearing white love, brown love, Asian love, Hispanic, Latino love, Brazilian love, like nobody else tries to bring the people who doing love, who does the worst at love, want to try to brand it. It's like, nah, I'm good. Like, let's, I ain't buying whatever they selling. Yeah, I'm going in the title right now to put some quotation marks on that black love. Hold on. Nothing wrong with functional black people being together and being functional while together. But I mean,
I'm gonna tell you an end around that little discomfort. Just make it a hashtag.
I think they've already done that.
No, I mean in the title. Just make it a hashtag.
Oh no, that's worse. I've put the Black Love hashtag in the title before. I've done that. Sometimes you got to try to draw in a different audience to hear a different spin on things. I've played to that. But anyway, let's roll it.
Africans were sold into slavery when the family unit was purposely destroyed. Part of the obligation of being black is to make absolutely certain that whoever has any kind of control or jurisdiction over your kid, is not bringing him into conflict with the kinds of things we teach. We try to instill in them here in the home.
Okay, hold on. Pause again.
Yeah.
Obligation to being black. What the fuck is that, my nigga? And I'm talking to homeboy on the screen with the afro here. Like, what is the obligation to being black? That feels heavy.
Yeah. Well, real quick, shout out to Jay Hall with the $5 super sticker. Do appreciate that. Here's the deal. Okay, this one part jumped out to me. The obligation to being black didn't jump out to me, but the two things that what I'm about to say is probably connected to the part that made you go off. When he said that, we got to be concerned that what we're teaching them, that they're, he made the they and what they are teaching them in the schools type of argument, and we need to educate our own kids in the, in the blackness of blackness, so to speak. So I think it's like they do that to this day, and it sort of speaks to, one, how black kids are doing in the public school system, and a lot of things are being blamed on the public school system. Now, if there's aspects of history that they're not going to teach, like I know somebody who's he's one of the black one of the black Israelites, and so it's some history that he want to teach at home, or so they that's what they teach their kids. The kids homeschool, and that's what they teach their kids, and they work in all the math and all the other good stuff. Okay, but it's like that's still going on today, where the public school is being like the public school is brainwashing or indoctrinating the kids out of blackness, whereas the reality is, I think the public school is sending them home more radicalized in their blackness, if anything, because I remember one of my sons came home after learning some, just some basic stuff in the school in the school book, some basic stuff in history, about, and he came home and said some stuff about white people that I was like, whoa! I had to sit down. Like, damn.
Had to have the talk. Not all white people.
we had to have the not all white people talk. It's like he thought they was some goddamn devils.
I think I've had a version of that with my kids at one point.
Yeah, so it's like it's an ongoing thing. The school system is not radicalizing our kids to be black enough.
Well, there's something way heavier that I kind of, while you were laying that out, I was working out the details of this idea real quick mentally. But basically, this is fucked up. Black has replaced man. Your allegiance to blackness, when he says you have a burden to blackness, the burden of being black, or however he framed that, basically what I think has happened as a practical functioning concept over the generations up until now, blackness as a concept is more important than, or as an individual, male or female, your allegiance to blackness is more important than your allegiance to your own father. And for the entirety of human development, your allegiance to your own father was essentially the natural path of things, meaning if you had a father who had a name of any note, or he has done something of any note, he's gained some property of any note, when he passed, it was your job to maintain that and grow it at all, if at all possible. Or even if you just become a grown man, and now it's your job to operate as an adult, like when you become like a warrior of the tribe or whatever. Now it's your job to do you got to pull your weight in this thing, and you sort of become a link in a chain that can kind of connect you, to all the men of whatever time, right? You literally are a link in the chain of great men, and all that is sort of built on your kind of allegiance to your father. And we've sort of abandoned that entire concept Like, think about it. In the black community, there is very little of that sort of concept of, the scion and I'm such and such the third. My grandfather did whatever, and my father came along and held it down after my grandfather, and then now here I am taking the reins. There is very little of that, very little discussion of that type of thing in Black America, and frankly, there's no room for that in single mother generation. Like, Generation Fight Club has no room for that type of thinking. And I think that's a key thing, though. We have traded our allegiance to we've traded patriarchy for blackness. And that's why you have these liberals nowadays who can associate black with gay and essentially say that being straight is white culture. Like, that's literally a type of argument that's being had, and you can sort of see the ideological beginnings of it right here when he's saying some shit like allegiance to blackness. Like, no, your children have allegiance to you. You're their father. That's the only natural allegiance they should be concerned with.
Good stuff. Good stuff. All right, let's roll it.
Middle class homes, quote middle class homes. Like, I don't even get caught up in that bag. You go into will have some copy of anybody, any white artist. I don't even have to name anybody. Instead of the works of black artists, I think it starts, especially that identity part, the books, the kinds of books. All of these things start in the home rather than complaining about them being in the schools at this point.
Unless we're absolutely certain of how that teacher is handling them, then we may have to assume that whole responsibility. We may have to pull them out of school ourselves, and do all the educating ourselves.
Say, for instance, when they say to my child to draw, last year Rhonda painted Abraham Lincoln Brown and she was put in the corner,
But do you think there's anything to that argument?
I don't have a nickel in that quarter. It's interesting, but I don't know how true it could be. There's definitely rumors of it and whispers of it, but I don't see enough to give it full credence. But it is a cool story, bro.
Yeah. All right.
We had to go up to the school and deal with that. They must be respectable to their peers in school. And what we do, we handle that. We don't say, you jump up, you curse that teacher out, or you say it doesn't exist. But they see us at that school knocking on the door. You have to be in there. Either we're going to control, their minds here, or at least give them the choice.
A lot of this is new to us, and a lot of these things we're grappling with, and we don't want to give anybody the impression that we have the answer to everything.
Not only that, though, let me cut you off again. People go around talking about...
Yep. No, let me cut you off again.
You see what I mean? And look, he is the husband. He's basically the wife of a warrior woman. Like, he is her wife.
Oh, this is actually a married couple?
Yeah, you didn't see the build up when she was go back like a minute, and she's gonna say, yeah, such and such and such, and I'm married, and then they jump to him, and he's like, well, as a husband and as a black man, and that's when I cut it off and was like, bro, you sacrificed your manhood to be her wife. Look, warrior woman, afro.
We try to instill in them here in the home.
Most
go back a little more.
Middle class homes, quote middle class
culture that is
the works of our black poets and dramatists. For her, Black Awareness' husband, Francis Ward, talks of the struggle. Awareness is not revolutionary, but the very foundation of her marriage. Val's husband, Francis Ward, talks of the struggles of the black family in the past and the obstacles that lie ahead.
It's extremely important for black history and culture to be transmitted from generation to generation. And the best way, the most effective way that this has always been...
All right, I'm going to skip it back to where we was at. But okay, we established they are a married couple.
We're absolutely certain of how that teacher is handling them. Then we may...
Hold on, wait, I think I was...
We really don't have the choice.
A lot of this is new to us, and a lot of these things we're grappling with, and we don't want to give anybody the impression that we have the answer to everything.
Not only that, though, let me cut you off again. People go...
You said, why she look like what?
She looked like Suki.
Suki.
Yeah, what's that chick that the rapid nasty bitch?
The
Suki.
Sukihana.
Sukihana. Yeah. I don't know. This angle right here, for some reason, I just caught a glimpse of Sukihana.
Yeah, I see what you mean. Even though I don't have Sukihana's face like transcribed into my memory like that. But but yeah, I think I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. Yeah, all right, I'm trying not to go there. Yeah, he could do better. He could do better. Shout out to Game Changer. He said the woman should be prettier than what the man, more pretty than what the man is handsome. And yeah, he ain't hitting them. He failed on that one.
He could do better, but he got to be black first. So
I think it was a better looking black woman somewhere on Earth. Yeah, he could.
Look. We got to play this other clip too. This interracial dating conversation with Frances Cress Welsing is amazing, bro. You got to get to this. Let's go.
All right.
Around talking about hate. We really don't have time to hate because it goose up the bag. We're loving ourselves. Mm-hmm. This might bring around a lot of other different things.
To be black means to love. It's got nothing to do with having to hate anybody.
It does determine, though, Francis, and has nothing to do with hate against love. That we might have to do certain things to protect that love.
It may bring us into conflict with somebody.
Necessary to protect that love.
Finally, I asked Francis about the standards of today's black man as compared with those of 20 years ago.
Standards which white society had projected. I think these standards were that he had to become successful according to the white mode. He had to get a good job, he had to buy a good car, he had to move to the suburbs, he had to rear a good family that went to church every Sunday, that did everything.
No, every time I hear it, he had to move to the suburbs. It's like, what percentage of white people have to move to the suburbs? It's like a black man is not fully functioning as a black man unless he makes it to the upper echelon of where white people are at.
The suburbs just happened, bro. Like, this 1968, we just started this suburb shit like 10 years ago.
Yeah. So needless to say, it was a very small percentage of white people there. But in the mind of black folks, that's where white people live.
Well, he's actually not saying so much the mind of black folk. Go back a little bit. I think he's saying the women are demanding this lifestyle.
No. I'm saying in the mind of black folks. He's saying that the women are demanding this thing that only a small percentage of white people achieve. But they're not happy until virtually 100% of black men achieve that. And shout out to Jamar81 for the $10 super sticker. Do appreciate that. And also shout out to Jay Hall coming back at it with another $5 super sticker. Do appreciate that.
That the typical good American family was supposed to do. And I don't think the black man necessarily is addicted to that notion. I think he sees the falsity of it. I think he sees the total hypocrisy of it. I think he wants to rear a tightly knit family, but not for the purposes that white society says. He doesn't want to rear a family for any sham purposes, just to fulfill some false ethic. But he wants to rear a good family in order to have his children strong, reared in his own image perhaps, and to transmit, most importantly, to transmit the values which he is learning to his children, and to try to ensure as best he can that his children will transmit those same values to their children, and have the same transmission repeated from generation to generation.
That was well explained. If I had to say one thing, that the base level of what men want is that what he described right there. I would say that's the lowest base level of what men want. Now, men can get that today. But on a macro scale, it doesn't happen like that. And so we can look at, macro or structural things in society as to the reasons as to why. Those are the things we talk about. But no, he definitely made the point. But go ahead.
I think, and the reason why I kind of wanted to angle or anchor the conversation around this idea today is because he's still explaining what I was getting to about the whole revolution killed black love. So from their point of view, even though we can now look back and say, well, that was a slim chance for the majority of Americans anyway. We were sort of coming into this nation of prosperity at that time too. You know, World War II ended in the 40s. You got Korean War in the 50s. The 60s come around as revolution, but also at the same time, America was essentially booming. And there were a lot of people who were like moving up, and there were definitely black people moving up economically or whatever, but not everybody gets to move up, and not everybody's going to move up at the same time. And we can have this sort of rational explanation of it, but for them in that moment, their argument is black people are broke because white supremacy. And then the women are taking that argument and looking at the man with daggers in their eyes, like, white supremacy, huh? I might as well go get me a white man. I don't gotta listen to you. White supremacy, right?
Yeah.
And it's baked in the cake right there.
Yeah. Yep. Let's see. Let me get into. Wait, hold on one second. All right, I'll roll some more of this. I see you got that clip down there ready to go. Let me know when you're ready for that one, but I'll roll some more of this one.
Listen to me. I am a woman. Black, that is. And there is but one thing which brings tears to my eyes. And that is to hear man, woman, or child stand up with strength and say, I'm proud. I'm black. And that's beautiful.
Now for a look at people and events in the news, here's William Greaves.
The September 7th issue of the Los Angeles Herald-Dispatch headlines that white Americans appear to be armed to the teeth. The article discusses a 5-month study conducted by the Stanford Research Institute, which shows that white Americans have armed themselves with more than one gun for every male citizen of any age, including infants. The study estimates the number of privately owned guns in the
I think we're going off into another section.
Yeah, they're going off into another segment,
But
but it's still
interesting. Yeah.
It's interesting because this was again 1968, 3 years after desegregation. White people start really packing heat anyway, but they made sure they stock up on those guns because there's niggas moving next door. But
I mean, do you think they just discovered guns in 1968? Like, I smell propaganda, to tell you the truth.
Really? Well, I mean, okay, fair enough. But they did say.
I mean, the Wild West never happened. Chicago in the 30s never happened.
Well, maybe they just started keeping track. Maybe
right.
Maybe they just started keeping track in 1968. But either way, it is interesting. I do get your point that they white people been had guns, but it is interesting if there was a noticeable statistical increase in white gun ownership after desegregation.
I would imagine during that time, because we didn't always keep track of gun ownership, so I could bet you gun ownership had recently become a trackable thing. So like people are using this new information that's actually old information you never tracked before as a scare tactic.
Yeah, true. Yeah, it could have been presented as, did you know that this many white people had guns? But they did present it like it was an immediate increase. But
slavery right around the corner. Shit, all these guns.
Yeah. All right. Let's now what we got here. You got the controls, the stop and go controls on this one. So go ahead, you got it. And let's see. Hold on, one thing. Dot a I, cross a T. Yeah, make sure you hit the like button. Make sure y'all hit that like button. But let's go ahead and get it. You got it.
We have here an interview. I forget the other black gentleman's name, but you might have seen this guy before. He does a lot of these sort of black think piece type of interviews back in the day. And we have Frances Cress Welsing, who I know a lot of you heard of. She's written a lot of white supremacy, pro-black kind of book. She's actually a professor who does lectures, and she died relatively recently. She's passed now. Rest in peace to Frances Cress Welsing. This is a conversation between her and another black professional discussing the phenomena of black men and white women. And it's weird how they focus mostly on it. This is way too long for us to probably watch all the way through, but I just sort of jumped to a particular part. But they focus completely on black men dating white women as if it was some type of like weak pathology or something, like something was broken in the black man. And Frances Cress Welsing is like essentially the pioneer of that type of thinking.
Into white women being the aggressors. You seem to be saying, and I'm asking a question, that black men are just blameless and they're sort of like the victims of something that they have no control over, or that they have no need to be married to a white woman for some perhaps pathological basis.
No, let's say, for example, if you set up the conditions for the development of a sadomasochistic relationship, then the masochist as well as the sadist is a part of that relationship, and they are playing roles that they have been conditioned to play. In other words, a person who is a masochist seeks out the sadist because then they could play their sort of dual game, their mutual reciprocity together. Now, within the dynamic of the system of white supremacy, you have, for example, many of the white women who are with black and other non-white men are actually, I believe, having a dialogue with white men.
How does that work?
See, the dialogue goes like this, according to my analysis. First of all, the white women, we have the women's liberation movement, which is a dynamic of white females. Okay, they are asking for liberation out from under the white male. All right, now within the dynamic of the white supremacy.
Now, what is not being said in this moment, for whatever reason, Dr. Welsing doesn't want to go there, but the black women, and we just sort of saw that in our previous clip, they were demanding their own kind of freedom from underneath the black man. Mm-hmm. And so there's this background, this is backdrop of, you know, the reality of what's going on in black male and female relationships. But I think it's interesting. She likes to describe it as some sort of weird pathology if a black man decides to just get out of that whole black male female dynamic.
Supremacy culture, you also have penis envy. In other words, the white men have been perceived as being dominant over the woman. And so the woman says, well, I wish I had a penis. Okay, so what does she do? She says, well, I'll go out and get one that's supposed to be more powerful than yours, but I'm going to control it because we are white and we control all of the non-white. So she goes out and she selects, and all this is unconscious, you know, activity, if you will. She goes out and selects a non-white male, be he black or any other non-white. Then she is walking down the street, or they can go to the, you know, justice of the peace or the priest or be married. And anytime a white man sees that, she is communicating to him, see, I've got one because I am in control of this.
But I don't think we can, you know, generalize to that extent. I think that's...
I've heard that same argument made today by black women on the internet, where they're essentially saying is that the white women that get with black men, she's doing that just for power, basically. She's white, therefore she has more power than you. So basically, if you're with a white woman, you're basically a subjugated bitch. That's what they're basically saying. You're being her bitch. That's the argument, and that's stupid as hell. That's stupid as hell. And they pull that out them at their ass. I would damn near say as a cope to try to justify or deal with the fact or rationalize any reason other than, yeah, this black man is a, you know, solid, decent man, and perhaps a solid, decent white woman saw him as that, and she's with him, and they're happy in a relationship, and that's just that. She want to try to pathologize it with some black isms and schisms that you got to see with your third eye. It's like, that's some bullshit.
If white supremacy is not real, I'm sorry, no. If white supremacy is real, then how is she wrong?
Listen, if you take white supremacy as the way that a lot of black people describe it, I understand that we live in a full-blown caste system. So it would be a higher caste woman pulling from the lower caste of men. So if we live in that system, and if you accept that system, then you can't really argue with her point. But I think black women make that argument on some contrived cope type shit. And I think it's some black men who make that argument to pander to them. But I guess if you follow and I use this tongue in cheek, the internal logic of their illogical position, once you accept the framework of their illogical position, you could find that internal logic where something like that could make sense. But if you reject the premise outright, as you should, then you won't end up going down that path. You could dismiss it out of hand.
I know. I'm not trying to be petty, but I'm trying to Google an image of Frances Cress Welsing's husband, and I just can't find one. If you guys can find one, please help me out, help a brother out. I'm trying to find her man. If anybody has seen her man, please let me know.
What you trying to find her man for? Is it something that we need to know?
I just want to know if he exists. I just need to know did it ever happen? Like did you spend all your time warring, or did you actually find some black love?
No, I think she married a white man. That's my bet. That's what I'm putting my
bid in. If you have seen this man, we got to put out an APB on Frances Cress Welsing's husband. Has anybody seen this man?
Theory, but it's getting back to the question when we present arguments that way is whether the relationship between black men and white women are pathological. Now, Frances said she doesn't like to think of it in that framework, but the fact is that a lot of psychiatrists have presented or said that interracial relationships in marriage stem from a type of negative psychological position or some type of pathology because of the racism in society. They'll say that the racism distorts people's minds so that frequently you'll get, say, a white woman attracted to a black man for the wrong reasons or for racist reasons. She may see him as inferior, that might turn her on, or she might see him as a black stud, that may turn her on. All of these are racist perspectives. Or
Again, we assume that the black woman is above those exact same feelings and observations and desires. You think the black woman doesn't want a black buck?
Yeah, I was too busy on the wild goose hunt to find, where's Waldo, Frances Cress Wilson's Welsing's husband. He is hard to find.
That nigga mysterious as hell, isn't he?
Yeah,
mysterious. Where is he?
But either way, what did sum up what was said?
Well, no, he basically kind of was talking about this pathology of white women, being sexually attracted to black men for like racially stereotypical reasons. And I'm like, yeah, I'm pretty sure black women want those exact things too.
Oh, no shit. The show I took it down. I haven't put it. It's on members only. I haven't put it on Patreon yet. But when cousin Tito, he's I don't know if he calls himself a dating coach, but we was talking about game and all of that. And I was saying, yeah, I don't got no game. I did okay. I was out there with the ladies because there was some women I was just their type, and their type apparently was a 6'1", stocky built, dark skinned, black ass motherfucker. That was their type. And so you can read into that whatever it was about a dude being tall, big, and black that attracted them, you could say that you can literally and they will tell you that.
Across the racial barriers, women like big black niggas.
Exactly. So the point that I'm making here is that their attraction for that was no doubt a fetishized thing. It was. So yes, black women, they have the similar fetish. I've heard white women say that. I've heard a white woman say that when she messed with a black man, a white woman that I was messing with said this to me, that she said when she messed with a black man, She don't want him to be one with lighter skin. When she messing with a black man, or when she want to know she with a black man. She wanted to be she want this man to be unambiguously black and preferably big and tall and yeah, all of that.
Unambiguously Negro.
Yeah,
that's what they mean when they say I'm unambiguously black or unapologetically black.
Yes, the white woman wants an unapologetically black man, unambiguously, unapologetically. Yes,
Hey.
it's all kinds of fetishes out there. I mean, I understand it hit different when a black woman is saying that she has that certain proclivity to a certain type of black man. Fuck. Okay, I hate to bring this up, because I try to keep bringing her up to a bare minimum. But Cynthia G said her personal type and taste is a dark-skinned black man oozing with borderline toxic masculinity. Now, you could read within that what she's saying. That she, her fetishes.
Derek Jackson was unavailable at the moment. That's all that happened there. Derek Jackson was busy doing other things at the moment.
Her fetishes is not that much different than the white woman that she's accusing of having some fetishization with black men. Her tastes are not that different. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. But all right, shout out to Deacon Salty Balls in the building. Says Enclaves 2 and 2, thine finite wells. Let me make that a little bigger so I can see it. Thine finite wells of water of the Samaritans quenches the thirst more so than the infinite artisan wells of Israel. Thus the every weary traveler abandoned bastions of plenty of the barren lands of the suburbs. Man, yeah, IQ go up reading Salty Balls super chats. Goddamn. But thank you for the super chat. Do appreciate the great, the one and only, the great Deacon Salty Balls in the building, and I'm trying to find it. There we go.
Suck on my chocolate salty balls. Put them in your mouth. Put them in your mouth and suck them and suck them.
Shout out to the Deacon. All right, go ahead, Conservative.
Now, I want to address a comment in the chat. Let me go back. Where did I keep that at? Miss Jill, 1991. How you doing? She says, where is the heat for Nelly Fuller Jr.? That's a great question. But the thing is, I've been making that exact point the whole show. Like, the men have been kicking this idea to the women, and the women have taken this monster and turned it into a hydra with 1 million heads. So, yeah, Nelly Fuller Jr. does get the heat. He's exactly what I'm talking about, in the sense of the men kick this white supremacy argument to the women, and then the women can now use that argument to essentially do whatever the hell they want. Because what you going to do? You ain't white.
Forgive my ignorance. Neely Fuller Jr. What happened? What's going on here? What's the deal?
Her mentor, her ideological mentor, essentially. That's what they're saying. She came up under his school of thought, and then she went on to go produce her own works and her own unique ideas or whatever.
Oh, a black man taught her. A black man fed her all this shit. God
yeah, bro, we did this to them. Like, we made them this way. This is what I meant. And so, like, and I was speaking about this earlier with the whole, like, revolutionary ideology. Remember, the whole purpose of them thinking about this is because, you know, they're fighting white supremacy, right? They're fighting a war. We made them revolutionary warriors, and not everyone in the war is out carrying a rifle. So we got the generals and the ideological people, the war planners. She is like of the ideological cast, right? She's out there planning the strategies and giving up all the reasons why you should do X, Y, Z. And we've created this whole ideological superstructure of white supremacy, and we fed it to the women, and the women are looking at it and they're interpreting white supremacy as a woman should. You ain't got no power, nigga.
Yeah. Listen. It's like man, that's something that a lot of people miss. a lot of people miss, and I saw it developing. I saw it on the horizon, just in and around this whole YouTube space with black men talking about all this white supremacy stuff. It's going to get flipped back around on you, but it's been getting flipped back around. So yeah, the
Yeah,
Neely
look
Fuller.
from the jump. We just watched a clip from the '60s, bro.
Yeah, but no, it's interesting. Neely Fuller, who predates her, so I'm assuming he older than her. So back
Yeah,
long before 1968. I googled him. So he was born. Shit, now I can't even see when he was born. But he was born a minute ago. He was born
That nigga was born so long ago, you can't see it.
Yeah, no, he was born 1929. So I'm just gonna assume sometime in the 1950s he started, putting all his points and his arguments out there about the oppression of black people and how I'm assuming what was baked in there about black men don't have power in the system of white supremacy or this or that or blah 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 blah. And then so the women who said, yeah, we're lacking power and fight the peace, fight the justice. We don't have power and you don't have power. Yeah. Come to think of it, nigga, you don't got power. Why should I listen to you? It's like, yeah.
Hey, I'm only gonna give you a crumb, but I'm gonna fuck your head up. A lot of this pro-black ideology stuff even goes further back and can be traced to like Prince Hall Masons and different secret society type movements. Like it gets deep and very, very conspiratorial when you start to pull on the threads of where did this stuff come from, bro. It's dark, man. It's really dark.
Yeah. All right. Let's go ahead and roll it.
The black man can get attracted to the white woman because she's supposed to be superior, and he wants to be part of that whiteness. In other words, she's sort of anointing him or helping him to feel a sense of self-worth by his involvement.
Well, I wouldn't
with
argue
her.
with any of that.
But
yeah.
At the same time, I think that
let's look
we
at it
can't
this way.
say that this happens with everyone, and even if it does happen, that this is pathological.
Well, let's look at it this way. Let's say, for example, white men and white women have many difficulties in.
That is a feminine trait, to look at the person you're with and how much power am I gaining? How much power does this person have? Black men do not look at white women as some form or source of power. Like that's not even a thing. Only women look at that. That's why we talk about women being hypergamous and all of that. That's dating up through class. There's other aspects of it, but that's one aspect of it right there. Like, women do that. That is a female mating strategy for two men sitting there with dick and balls to sit there and not stomp that shit down and say, no, we're not thinking about a move up through class. That's how y'all date. That is a female mating strategy.
Whoa.
That's not us.
They can't do that because remember, you sacrifice manhood for blackness, right? So if it was just about a man doing what a man chooses to do, then that would be really simple and it would go without saying, right? But when it becomes this black thing, the only reason you could possibly want to date a white woman is so you could somehow imagine yourself rising up and being better than like it's a power move for you or something like that. It's like, no, this white girl just rock with me and we're gonna rock together. Like, there's no room for that in the black construct.
Yeah, and Nate is saying maybe a status symbol for some black men. I understand that, but even then, it depends on the quality of the white woman that you're with. Like, no dude is getting some status symbol come up. Oh no, he ain't getting no status symbol nod from his peers at the wherever the hell he hang out because he's showing up with some broke Rosie O'Donnell built chick. Like, no, like, it doesn't work like that with men. He'll get more of a status nod from the guys if he show up with some some gorgeous, really attractive black woman than what he
Well, I've never.
like you have to really internalize the idea and notion that white people are superior to you if you think just being with any white woman whatsoever is some status symbol. It's like,
Well,
god damn.
these are professionals who operate inside of the white supremacy bubble, right? And the thing is, in the real world, and they're back in the day. This is probably like in the mid 70s when they did this, but in the real world, I don't think this has ever happened where a black man has shown up with a white girl and all the black men just, an average looking white woman, right? Not even like a beautiful woman who you have to acknowledge as beautiful, right? Just an average white girl, right? She's not even blonde. She just got like some funny brown hair or whatever. She's just an average white girl. And all the black men show up. I mean, look at you show up and be like, nice touch. He showed up with a white girl. Like, you never get props just because you have a white woman. Now, a bad bitch is a bad bitch, and that's a universal language. Like, across the world, if you have like the baddest dark-skinned woman, like, she can be black as midnight, she can be coal black and drop dead gorgeous, and if that's your woman, then people are gonna be like, yeah, I dig it. But that's just how men are. But now, if you're operating as black, you have to get the blackest blackety black woman. It's a different thing. She don't even have to be pretty. She just gotta be black. Black.
All right. KP from KC5 says Ghanaian husband Jonas Kramer Wessling preceded her in death. She killed him. Not just playing. They met at Howard in 1961. All right. So look like she got her. She was with a strong black man. All right. I'm about to Google him. Thank you for that. Do appreciate that. Do appreciate you. You bringing that to the conversation. Do appreciate you.
Thank you. I did raise that issue. Thank you for that.
Yeah. Do appreciate it. Now I'm trying to Google him, trying to copy and paste what you wrote there, so I can Google this man, and so we can find out that he's actually white. If he's white, I'm telling you, this shit gonna be so funny.
He was Howard's first white enrollee.
Yep. He pulled the first and only white man on Howard campus. Yes.
Oh my God! It wouldn't even surprise me at this point. I would just you got to roll with it, man. What else you gonna do?
Damn, she really kept him out the limelight. Even when I type in his name, it's hard to find images.
Damn.
I think this is him.
Damn, she kept that nigga
Dr.
quiet.
Francis Chris Wilson.
Damn, let me find out he was just barefoot and pregnant their whole marriage.
Yeah, I'm thinking. No, I think this is him. I got him. He's black. Shit. All right. Hold on. Let's just roll the tape. Hold on. Jonas Kramer Welsing. This ain't him. Dr. No. Okay. All right. We got to roll it because I'm going to stop the whole damn show.
All right. I mean, there's a lot of alienation that is going on just within the white group itself, within the whole total context of the white supremacy system. Black men and black women have serious problems in terms of the marital relationship. Now, either we say that all of these people are sick because of, various problems, or we can say, well, now let us look at the total behavioral phenomena that is occurring within a social system. Let's not bother to label it, but let's begin to understand what is happening. Do you see what I'm saying? Because there are many, many problems. I wouldn't want to say that I don't think it's useful. At one level, we can say, all right, these are pathological relationships, the problems that black men and black women have. Or we can say that the problems that white men and white women have are pathological. But I don't think that
society is
because once you say pathological,
everybody's pathological but us, right?
Mm-hmm.
Did you catch that? Like so everybody else has like little mental things that they do. They're just like socialized that way, but us, we're pure. It's weird that you put it that way.
Yeah.
Of the white supremacy system. Black men and black women have serious problems in terms of the marital relationship. Now, either we say that all of these people are sick because of, various problems, or we can say, well, now let us look at the total behavioral phenomena that is occurring within a social system. Let's not bother to label it, but let's begin to understand what is happening. Do you see what I'm saying? Because there are many, many problems. I wouldn't want to say that I I don't think it's useful. At one level, we can say, all right, these are pathological relationships, the problems that black men and black women have. Or we can say that the problems that white men and white women have are pathological. But I don't think that, see, because once you say pathological, then,
which means sick.
Which means sick. Then people who can be helped by understanding the dynamic, they're turned off because they don't want to be labeled as sick, but they may want to understand the phenomenon.
Well, for purposes of analysis, let us assume.
Like, let's say everybody who comes to a psychiatrist doesn't want to be labeled as sick. They say, I have a problem. I don't understand.
See how she just jumped in and cut him off right there? I was just sitting here thinking how, and because I watched the entirety of this clip, and it's way too long. We should probably drop the link if you want to drop the link.
Yeah, I literally just dropped it right before you said.
Oh, I didn't even see that. But I was just saying that the way she just sort of jumped in there, and I watched this whole thing. A lot of this is them listening to her describe white supremacy, and I'm just watching it like, this is the problem. Like, this image right here is like the men are sort of taking cues from the women in a weird way, and this is not going to work well for you. She's never going to set up a paradigm that allows you to win over her.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. The link is in the chat. Anybody want to come up and get a piece of this conversation, get your thoughts on it, come on up. But appreciate everybody in the stream, appreciate everybody who donated, supported the streams thus far. Don't forget to hit Hood Services Cash app is scrolling at the bottom of the screen. Hit the brothers Cash app. But all right, we can roll some more of it as we wait for people to come on up. We can roll some more of it.
I'm actually gonna skip ahead a little bit to some random part, because this is like an hour-long piece, and I think they sat down two sessions to do this whole thing. So there's a lot to cover here.
Out of position, just like many people are faked out of position. You say black power, I'll give you a $15,000 job. You don't have power. You don't have self-determination, but you have a program or a grant. You see what I'm saying? In other words, you ask for this, but I give you this because you really don't know what you want.
Well, then are you saying
or you don't really know what constitutes power, or you really don't know what is the dynamic of the system? A lot of people think that.
I'm gonna skip to a random section, because almost anywhere in this interview, you can just find her saying something crazy, but the idea that she knows what constitutes power, and then not for nothing, maybe she does. Let's leave that for a second. But again, this idea of overthrowing white supremacy so you can have self-determination, right? Now, it sounds good in a romantical kind of sense. Like, it's a very romantic notion, you know what I mean? Like, it's emotionally seductive. What does that look like practically, though?
You said overthrowing white supremacy so you can have what now?
Your own self-determination. And it's essentially setting you up for an impossible task, right? It's like, and this is very, very like almost out of like classic literature. Like, if you slay this dragon, right, you can have the princess. Like, that's essentially the white supremacy position, like, for especially for women, when they talk about, you know, their right to do whatever, and their position and their resistance to whatever, you know. Again, to mention Senji, like, that's, she kind of, and I brought her up, I immediately think to her, because she like embodies that position from what I've seen of her content, where it's like, if white supremacy exists, there is no reason for me to actually fall in line with, you know, quote, the black man, unless I judge him as, you know, somebody who is doing what I think is against white supremacy. So a man who's actually successful and has achieved, you know, that doesn't necessarily matter, because, like, as Francis Welsing said, you know, he's only made those achievements under white supremacy. Those aren't real achievements. He's not necessarily a real man. Now, if she gets her hands on this buck, he's closer to a real man than this, you know, so-called successful nigga, and maybe I can make a real man out of his children. Like, that's their thinking about the whole thing, because, you know, white supremacy.
Yeah. But we are joined by
I'm gonna have to reboot. Actually, let me come right back.
Oh shit!
I want to share something. I want to share a video with you, but the back chat isn't loading. So give me about 2 minutes. Salute to y'all. Happy
Okay.
Saturday, all that. All right.
Okay, cool. I'll read this comment here. Blackity black red pill men are going to have to explain their love for Dr. Welsing. Why? What are you talking about?
Yeah, the pro-black and red pill have some ideological issues to iron out.
Yeah, but hold on, wait. Well, blackity black red pill men are going to have to explain their love for Dr. Welsing. So we're talking about this chick that was on the screen. That's who. That's
Yeah.
who.
Yeah.
So are you saying there's some red pill men who do have some love for her?
Well, I don't go that far, but yeah, I mean, according to Miss Jill 1991, that is a thing. I would say this though: the pro-black movement in and of itself has never really truly contended with the female fifth column, and that's really more in alignment with the comment.
What is the fifth column? Why is the second time you said that? What are you
A
talking
fifth
about?
column is like a sort of political notion. It's a concept of where you have an invisible enemy inside of your own social system.
Okay. Okay, so I think what's happening here from Jill's statement, I think David Johnson. I don't think that's David Johnson the asshole. I think that's another David Johnson. They're saying Tariq Nasheed, Jason Black references. Maybe people who are who are
These
not.
yeah, white supremacy, but they're red pill. Okay, yeah.
With these guys, I don't think they would consider themselves red pill, even though.
Well, Tariq Nasheed gave Mac lessons. Like, I mean, that's OG red pill.
Okay, fair enough. And Jason Black basically has a Black Manosphere channel while shitting on the Black Manosphere, but okay. So I mean, fair enough. Okay, there are some men who do have, I guess I would say, ideologies or views very similar to ours, but they also will uphold somebody like Dr. Welsing. And that problem does happen in this space. Well, I can't really say in this space, because for example, even somebody like BGS wouldn't uphold her. I don't think. He probably find, you probably would say there's some value and truth in some things you say, but for the most part, those pro-black radical black female feminist the pro-black feminists, BGS pretty much has smoke for them. You'd be hard up to find somebody truly calling himself red pill, but having just bare minimum crossed the Rubicon of calling out the black feminists from the 60s, 70s, 80s, and on forward. So that's why the Jill's statement is I think founded on nothing. I think there are some pro-blacks who do understand the words that are coming out of the mouths of people in the Black manosphere, but they compartmentalize, if not full blown. Yeah, I'll just use that term. They compartmentalize it to the point to where they can't really look the problem square in the face, and that sort of goes into the whole thing of there's an aspect of manhood that you're giving up in the name of blackness when you align yourself to pro-blackness, because a lot of that is rooted in pandering to some of the ideas, notions, and concepts that women have thrown out there, that they've been sort of the thought leaders on, or maybe they got it from, like she pointed out, Welsing got it from, I forgot the name, I think Neely. Who did she say? I forgot his name. What's the guy's name? You muted.
Neely Fuller Jr.
Neely Fuller Jr. So yeah, okay, maybe they get it initially from Neely Fuller Jr. And some stuff that probably somebody like Dr. Claude Anderson may say that has some overlap with some stuff that Francis Cress Welsing says. So there's some things like that. Like there's some overlaps, I think some uncomfortable overlaps with red pill and pro-blackness that gets hashed out, that needs to get hashed out. But I think the people like BGS who definitely calls himself pro-black. I think even like Dr. Tiasan Johnson would consider himself pro-black. They don't go for the black feminist bullshit. So I don't know, but there, some of their constituents and colleagues or peers do straddle that fence or sit on that fence. I'll say that. I'll definitely say that. But yeah, we look like we are rejoined by Sir Tice. Look like we are rejoined by Sir Tice. He's slow loading up. There he is right there. I got to step away for a second. I'll probably be 2 minutes, barely 2 minutes, but I got to step away for a quick second. But go ahead, y'all got it.
I think he has something to share. Like, share the screen.
Yeah. I sure did. Hey, can y'all hear me?
Yeah, you're good. You're good.
Hey, happy Saturday, Hood. Salute, Bernie.
Likewise.
Bernie, you can just pick any point. It's a short 3-minute video. It fits into the theme of the show, but particularly the 2-minute 52 portion is what you really want. But you can just pick the middle, and
it's 3 minutes. Start from the beginning. It's only 3 minutes.
Yeah. Okay. And while he cues that up, salute to the chat.
David Johnson, what do you mean? Hold on, wait, real quick. David Johnson, explain what you mean in the chat when you say I'm treading lightly. Explain what you mean. I have no idea what you're talking about.
I see you dropped the link in the back. Hold on, I'll pull it up.
Purple is
I'll pull it up. Yeah, you know what? That was great segue. Because actually, I wanted to talk about the color purple actually today too.
Brother, it fits so perfectly. Okay, so right now, here I'll set up the clip as you guys get ready or whatever to the audience. So right now,
share my screen again, Bernard.
Right now, with the revival of the color purple, they now have a play or something or what have you. We all know, or those of us in our late 40s, 50s, what have you, we all know that the color purple was basically the progenitor or the modern progenitor, my big word for Saturday, of the modern black propaganda. In fact, I'm going to say that the color purple did more damage than Birth of a Nation. Would anybody disagree with that? As far as in the black male image, that's what I'm referring to.
I don't even know that Birth of a Nation truly did as much damage as people say.
Okay, well, we can at least agree with the intent of Birth of a Nation.
Hey, I'm stepping away for a second. What's up, and salute to X down there at the bottom as well.
Let me step away. Let me just say this.
But y'all go ahead.
Oh no, because I want you to. Oh, wait a minute, Hood, you can play it.
Yeah, Hood can play it.
Are you ready?
Okay. All right. So let me. But before you play, let me set this up real quick. You know how everybody loves to try to criticize us in talking about these issues, and I'm more of the political, social issue guy than the females and all this. But they try to make it like this is the first time black men have said, "Fuck this. This is bullshit." Now we're the whining, bitching, complaining dudes, right? Well, this video is proof of that is not the case at all. This is from 1986. Go ahead and play.
The Color Purple is hot. The movie is selling lots of tickets. It got the most Oscar nominations.
Shout out to Hezekiah News, by the way. This is like the infinite fountain of black history right here, like real black history.
Where does that motherfucker get all his videos from?
Yo, he went live the other night too. Like I didn't know what to expect. He was just a regular black dude too. Shout out to Hezekiah News.
That dude got now he don't got VHS tapes. He got beta tapes.
Yeah, man.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Color Purple is hot. The movie is selling lots of tickets. It got the most Oscar nominations. Even the book by Alice Walker is a bestseller again. The Color Purple is one of those movies people seem to be talking about everywhere. And as Harold Dow reports, it's a movie that some people are getting upset about.
Color Purple is sold out. The next show is 9:15.
The movie, The Color Purple, is one of the biggest box office hits of the year. Not since Alex Haley's Roots has a story about black people generated such universal interest. And because of the way the movie depicts black men, it has become the focus of a growing controversy.
Sealy, give me some lemonade.
It's a story.
Wait a minute. I I thought we were just silent back then. I thought black men were just silent back then. Didn't stand up and say anything, right? You know, they just took it, right? They just let this shit go out. You feel me? Go ahead and play.
Well, the thing I kind of was thinking about, especially because I told you I wanted to bring up The Color Purple, so you actually did a great job at a perfect moment bringing up this clip with the idea of The Color Purple, and in the context of the conversation we're having, right? You're basically seeing what women did once they got the reins of the movement, right? They took the whole civil rights, white supremacy thing, and said, "Well, this is what the black man did to us under white supremacy," and basically try again flip the whole thing back on the man.
You know, God forbid that most black men were blue collar men actually making a way for Big Mama to exist. We were just a bunch of abusers and all this and beat them bitches. And this is exactly how they fed into that propaganda. Go ahead and let it play.
About incest, rape, homosexuality, and the physical and psychological abuse of black women by black men.
No need to think I'm gonna let my boy marry you just because you in the family way. Ain't cold enough.
They need to change it if that's the way all black men are supposed to be. It's not true.
Real quick too, this is another thing. I don't think most people got this, and I know I spoke about this, and I think, you know, Game Changer, I think I heard him talk about this concept at one point too. The role that Danny Glover played, he was essentially like a successful man, relatively speaking, in his time and place, right? Like he was a landowner. He was able to provide for these people. They were people of the community. Like everybody know who they are, whatever. And it's like you kind of took the best image of a black man and intentionally shit on it.
Bruh, you just dropped a bar that I was a teenager when this was out, right? And even my mother was disgusted by this, or because my father refused to go to see this bullshit. But you just dropped a bar that I never considered as far as what he was and this. But by the way, and shout out to this brother here again. Brothers weren't speaking out, right? But again, wait till here. I'll give you a hint of what the 252 part is. It's that broad who had the talk show or whatever, that so-called billionaire broad. But let this play. And by the way, shout out to the black women in this clip who were speaking out against this bullshit also.
Yeah, but real quick, Hood, you were right. That was Game Changer, because Game Changer read the book, and the book went into more details. And the book was basically explained the land that that Mister's house was on. He owned so much land that basically Harpo's house was on that land, and all the way down, you know, over the river and through the woods where the Jukes joint was, like they owned all that shit. so he was like, you do the math on what they owned, Mister in Harpo. They were high value men of the day.
Shitting on them though, shitting on them hard.
Mister owned the Juke joint too. I didn't know that. Or
well, I mean, he owned the land that it was basically built on. I mean, it was Harpo's.
Okay.
I mean, it was Harpo's project. He built it, but I mean,
I haven't seen this.
Yeah, I haven't seen it in a while, but yeah, no, that was Harpo's Juke joint, and yeah, they owned all that land, and yeah, they owned it.
Somebody in the chat. Miss Jill, somebody in the chat, Miss Jill is talking about the book, and y'all reference the book. I remember vividly. Girls in my school were bringing the book there, and they were pointing out lesbian shit or whatever. You know, I'm of the opinion it's always been a part of the black community, but I'm of the opinion that this introduced it even more. I can't necessarily prove that, but the book was much more descriptive of the lesbian scenes, you know, than in the movie. But
lesbianism. Really quickly, the black lesbianism is a revolutionary act, and the book itself was kind of explaining why, and that's what I mean when I say they took this whole turned it against the men.
Because they're not getting love from that abusive black man, they got to get it more nurturing. Hold on a second. I was going to give you lunch to show up, Black Uru. Thank you for showing up or whatever, because you were also there and you could really speak to this. So salute to you. Happy Saturday, all that. Let's just let this play, and then we'll let the
I want to play some more of the tape. Yeah, go ahead, play it, Hood.
The Color Purple was picketed by black men and women when it opened in Los Angeles, and there have been informal boycotts in other cities as well.
We're concerned with how the black family is depicted in this film.
Since there are so many shades in The Color Purple, the movie has sparked heated debate in black communities across the nation. This was a meeting of New York area black journalists.
The Color Purple is not an attack upon black men. It is a challenge to the entire black nation.
Critics of the movie say scenes like this reinforce negative stereotypes about blacks. Here, Mr. brings his mistress home to be cared for by his wife.
Many whites feel that black people are more violent, more sexually promiscuous. These are stereotypes that they hold of the black community.
Oh, that's the same dude.
Is a professor of psychology.
That's the same dude that was just talking with Dr. Cress Welsing. That is him years later.
Alvin Toussaint, he was a consultant of the Cosby Show. Go ahead, let it play. It's almost done.
Psychiatry at Harvard University and is also an advisor for the Bill Cosby television show. Toussaint understands why black men react negatively to The Color Purple.
They know that they get more than their share of negative imagery in movies, on TV, that they're portrayed in some way as losers, brutal, buffoons.
We're telling stories, and we're not trying to establish social policy or take a public position. All we're trying to do is entertain people.
Listen, when we get a man with his wife and they wants to.
Wait a minute. A small hat rationalizing this? No way.
Yo, I wasn't even watching the clip. I was like in another window doing something else, and I heard the voice and knew immediately it was a small hat talking about
All right, let it play, brother.
Well, I mean, it was a very famous small hat who directed it. You all knew who he is.
You mean one of the so-called greatest directors, small hats? You know.
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah. You know. No, but let it play. Yeah, exactly.
But what makes the debate about The Color Purple more acute is the lack of movies about black subjects.
The dialogue only occurs because of the misrepresentation and misunderstanding that has occurred over ever since film were introduced.
We as black people will get the gratification we need from film as far as images when we have more than one film.
It's one woman's story. It was not meant to be the
I think that's my first time
of every
ever.
black man or woman in this country.
Bernie, you got to go back. You got to go back to the 254. You got to go back.
We got to hear the beginning. We got to hear the beginning of what Oprah was saying. Just two interesting observations. Danny Glover defending it. Danny Glover defending it, but that nigga still barely invited to the cookout. That movie.
That was Danny Glover's biggest role at the time, so he ain't gonna fumble that bag.
Yeah, I know, but I'm just saying the aftermath is he's still barely invited to the cookout since that movie. But
we forgave him after Lethal Weapon, though. He got it back with Lethal Weapon.
I'm just saying, black women still hate that man to this day.
Yeah,
to this day, they still hate him. But I was just going to say one quick observation about the person who played Suge Avery. This is my first time ever seeing her talk outside of that character, and just hearing how she talked for real. I'm like, okay, wow, she's actually a good actress, because she just seeing her now, it kind of looks, presents, and feels nothing like the character that she played. So I'm just giving her acting credit. Okay,
shout out to Zabe. I saw it, Jerry, but shout out to Sergeant Murtaugh. But let's give Oprah. She gonna tell you manosphere niggas what the fuck y'all think she think of y'all. Go.
Black people will get the gratification we need from film as far as images when we have more than one film.
It's one woman's story. It was not meant to be the history of every black man or woman in this country. And I wish people would just shut up about it.
In the movie industry, controversy is good for
niggas. She told y'all niggas, shut the fuck up. Let us do our damn thing, you bitch ass niggas. Yeah, she said it back then. But y'all hold that bitch up like she's on some damn mountain and shit. She the big black woman millionaire, whatever. She told y'all, shut y'all black ass the fuck up. We gonna do this damn movie, and if you don't like it, do something about it.
Yeah.
She gonna do it again. We got the trailer queued up for the new remake next, but yeah, she gonna do it again if she feel like it.
What's that? What that whack ass DJ Khaled? Another one remix. Yup. There you go.
Stop, won't stop.
Man.
Business. In less than 2 months, The Color Purple has generated more than $40 million. It has been nominated for 11 Academy Awards, including Best Picture. But profits and awards aside, the question many in the black community are asking is, how many more movies about blacks will there be, and what kinds of images will they project? And the actors who achieve stardom and acclaim for their performances in The Color Purple will be looking to see what the movie industry will offer them in the future.
Anything come for me?
No, ain't nobody writing no letters to your ugly ass. Shut the fuck up. You know, this is like the ultimate intersectional movie, if you think about it. It is the intersection between being black, female, and ugly as hell. Like, that is a hell of an intersection, bro. Don't nobody want to be on those 3 street corners.
No, you got 2 heavy hitters coming in. What are y'all thoughts? I would love to see it from the chat of that. That was from 1986. People basically saying, this is some bullshit, but no, it's giving us employment. Or if we put more of this out, we will get an opportunity to put more movies. Meantime, what came out? More buffoonery, more slave movies, and all that other shit, or what have you. You know, what was forthcoming? This conversation, shout out to you playing those earlier videos, Hood. This conversation ain't new. I got clips from the 40s of black people having these very same conversations. And my whole thing is when are we gonna recognize that this whole pro-blackness, and by the way, look, I'm black and proud and all that other stuff, got it. But this pro-blackness narrative or whatever, it's all really, as I've said before, just let's just figure out how we can stick it to whitey, not how we can own shit ourselves, not how we can do business amongst each other or network more. It's just about that and how we're not represented in Hollywood, quite frankly. People don't give no fucks about ownership or things like that, you know, and don't make it like black men just stood down, laying down or whatever. As you saw in that clip, it was plenty of dudes that was like, this is some bullshit. But hey, this is what happens when you chase the bag over actually going for tangible things.
Will's vlog channel says Mr. was a high value man for that time and place. Absolutely, that was definitely the point that I made. Dang, seeing the building says, be our salute. Beloved came after The Color Purple. I think it was a lot of movies in between Beloved and Color Purple, but Beloved was definitely one of those ones in the same genre. One interesting thing, I'm gonna go to X real quick, but it was interesting.
Women of Brewster's Place, remember that? Another thing that maligned black men that sisters loved, or Sisters of Brewster's Place. Y'all remember that? It was a bunch of welfare recipients.
I remember that.
Yeah,
I've heard of that.
You're a younger guy, Bernard, but
I've heard of that, and if it came out around the same time as Color,
that was Oprah's next project. After that,
all right,
you got to really watch that one day. It's interesting, and there are a lot of scenes I could talk about because I watched it like as an adult. I've watched it since then, so like it's deep.
Okay, but
it's kind of similar to that more recent.
Well,
I was just going to say something.
Go ahead.
Well, pardon me. Well, I was just going to say it's kind of similar to the more recent Tyler Perry For Color Girls movie. There's this sort of genre, this collective of put upon black women. It's a very popular trope amongst black women because it bespeaks of a sort of collective. Exactly. It bespeaks of a sort of collective martyrdom of black women. So it's very much analogous to
Black Guru. All right. Salute. Happy Saturday. Give your analysis.
Same to you, bro.
Wait, hold on. I gotta go to X before I said I was gonna go to X, and then before we get far upfield on talking about the Brewster's Place or Color Purple, whatever we was about to say. But shout out to Dane C. Appreciate that super chat. Go ahead, X. What you got?
Peace, brothers. What's good, brother Bernard? I see Sir Tice up here looking like Omar Epps, but what's good, brother Hood Service Black Uru? What's good with you, man? the reason why I jumped on is because of the title, right? When we hear things like Black Revolution, we hear pro-black, we hear red pill, black pill, blue pill. I think what we have to do is we have to examine who are we getting our ideas from, because we always hear people say black people were not a monolith, right? And they're right. They're correct, right? By saying that. So when you talk about revolution, when you talk about pro-blackness, when you talk about the different types of pills, there are multiple interpretations of what that is, depending on who you're listening to, right? Because a lot of the red pill, quote unquote, red pill guys don't even believe the same thing. And likewise, some of the many pro-black people don't believe the same thing. And I think all of us have somewhat of a different interpretation about what, quote unquote, black revolution is. So where are we getting these ideas? Are we getting these ideas from the books that we read, the movies that we watch? Because I think about people like Dr. Welsing, and a lot of people didn't even know who this woman was. You know, they didn't even start referencing her till like the 90s, the mid 90s and the early 2000s, and they got their hands on the ISIS papers. That book was written in 1981, 82, I believe. And people got their hands on it in the 90s and the 2000s, and now they're these big Dr. Francis Cress Welsing fans. So we have to listen to the people. We have to listen to the people, man, who are telling us these things. Who's giving us ideas of what revolution is, what being black is, or better yet, what black love is. All right. So, I mean, I think that has a lot to do with what our interpretation of these things are based on what we watch, what we hear, and who we talking to. But that's all.
No doubt, no doubt. And yeah, one thing that you say, I mean, and then maybe this applies to pro-black. It definitely applies to people that's, talk, about, what's red pill and what's not. I think everybody generally agree with the observation or the description of what's happening. I think when it comes to what you do, how you respond to it, or as they would say, the prescription that different people give out, I think that's where the differences is. And then maybe the pro-blacks got something similar going on, where I think they, at a base ground level, they describe things the same way, but they probably then once they get that base that baseline, then they go in different directions with their what black people need to do, and then that's where the minutia start, and that's where the bullshit start, and that's where we just about to bitch, complain, and cry and moan about white people and beg for a hug and a pat on the head type shit.
I've said this briefly. I don't want to take away Black Guru's time, but this is what we have to consider. I've said this in a super chat before. It's probably missed. Do you realize? I'll end on the name: Malcolm X, Martin Luther King, Medgar Evers, Fred Hampton. Fred Hampton was 22 fucking years old, 21, I believe. All those three I named previously were under 40. The mentality comes from men who are still figuring things out themselves. Okay. We are learning from guys who weren't even in their damn 40s. And we get this ideology. And listen, Malcolm X, in my opinion, is the best of them all because he went through various transitions in his life, or what have you, and, he really had a better worldview than many of those other guys, Marxists. I'm sorry, did I say that? But, they had got captured by that. But my point is that our ideology comes from guys. And if you really want to know this, you can just read Manning Johnson, Hood Conservative Notes about this, color communism and common sense, and how they infected the Black community to have this ideology of things. And this is why I think it is what Zave basically said. It just goes into how propaganda, we get our things from propaganda, not even our own belief system. That I just wanted to make that clear. But the main point is that it was younger guys that were developing. But I'll say,
black folks, we don't like listening to the
old
niggas.
All right. Yeah, Dane C says, "Be our salute, beloved came after Color Purple." I think we said it. I think we got that right. But thank you for the super chat. Do appreciate that. Go ahead, Black Uru. What you got on all of this?
Hey,
Black
thanks
Uru.
for having me up, Bernard.
Oh, yeah. No doubt.
You hear me?
Yep, you good. You good.
Thanks for having me up. Great topic. You know, the color purple, the phenomenon of the color purple is a very complex thing. You can't assess it strictly from the standpoint of the Black misandrous lens. I mean, this was 1986. There were very few cinematic opportunities for great Black actors and actresses of the time. Then you take the most popular, well-known, successful director of the time. I don't know if we should mention his name or not.
Steven Spielberg. Why not?
I don't know. Okay.
Yeah, no.
And you have Quincy. You have the great Quincy Jones.
You could say small hat, but
you have the great Quincy Jones.
Jurassic Park. That was my shit. You know, I fuck with Steven Spielberg. But go ahead.
You have the great Quincy Jones producing the music and the soundtrack for that movie. So you have heavy hitters. This project was going to be guaranteed to be a high focal point in the cinema just by virtue of the powers that were colliding together to produce it. You know, so to a large extent, it was a big cinematic event, and it focused on Black people. So if you were a Black artist of the art actor or actress of the time, you know, I mean, we mentioned, for example, Danny Glover. Man, you had to do that movie. You had to do that movie. You know, so I mean, and it brought in Oprah. Oprah had just begun her career. And by the way, you cannot separate Oprah from the phenomenon of the color purple. In fact, the most potent element of the fame and all of what we begrudge about the color purple is inextricably linked to Oprah Winfrey. Yeah, she made a hero of Alice Walker. She produced the continuation of theater productions of the color purple. She is the main, and as best I can understand, she is at least one of the executive directors of this new musical that's set to be released this year. So Oprah
is it a musical or
is
is it a feature-length film?
It's supposedly a musical. Well, it's a musical. It's a musical movie. It's it's My Fair Lady or whatever. I don't know.
Imagine
but because of Oprah's particular misandrous leanings, that's why the color purple is and continues to be what it is. Her slavish support for Alice Walker, who by all indications hated Black men. You know, I don't know if she's ever even been with a Black man. Now she's alternative. So, you know, you had the particular people involved that made the color purple even more of a political weapon than it might have been. And you also have the problem of, and they mentioned it and they were right, because there weren't a whole lot of movies at the time featuring great Black performers, great Black cast, that put all the focus on this movie. And that's why it became a phenomenon beyond itself. Now, also regarding the pro-Black thing, you know, there were a lot of Black women that were very much against the color purple. You know, a lot of Black women saw through the bullshit of the messaging of that movie. A lot of Black women loathed the alternative messaging in that movie, loathed it. Particularly, I remember my aunts and my mother, and you know, they were disgusted by
based off what I saw in that clip.
Hold
on, wait, real quick. Based off what I saw in that clip, it sounded like they had a problem with the depiction of Celie as this ugly character.
No, he's right, but
that was a part of it too. That was definitely a part of it. That was a part of it.
I wouldn't mind if they kept that energy. They should have protested the Woman King and said, "Y'all should have put some Amazons, some beautiful Amazons in there like Wonder Woman." And if y'all was gonna put some black female Amazon warrior chicks, they could have looked like the Wonder Woman chicks, but black. But no, they found the ugliest chicks they could possibly find. Like, so I'm okay with them protesting the ugly depiction, but no, they root and cheer. The uglier the black woman they put on the screen, the better. That's how black women.
Well, but here's the thing: the Woman King was what, produced and directed by a white woman. You know,
I don't know.
How pretty do they want the sisters to be?
Well, yeah, good point. I mean, okay, maybe I don't know.
Black
But
woman.
here, no. To the good point of what you're saying, because it sounds like you was basically setting it up like you can't knock anybody for participating in that movie. That part I agree with, because it had every element imaginable to just be a cinematic masterpiece that was going to be just timeless and forever. Like they talk about, it was, ever other than Roots at the time, the landmark that was. This was going to be a landmark to that same tone, so to speak. So yeah, it's like everybody had to get in it. They said, they had Spielberg directing it, all the big black names in Hollywood, Oprah in on it, Lionel Richie. Who did you say? Not Lionel Richie. Who did you say was doing the soundtrack?
Quincy Jones.
Quincy Jones.
Quincy Jones. Yeah. Different light skinned nigga.
Quincy level is a high level. Which
Quincy Jones. I think everybody get the gravity of it, but all of that gravity came together in something that, in a time when it wasn't that much black imagery, like we talk in the 80s, where black people was at the early phases of probably just stopped. Like because it was a time when black people used to run to the screen like, oh shit, it's black people on TV.
Right.
We were just coming out of that era, and now this big landmark film is depicting black people in ways that was all kinds of wrong. So yeah.
Let me add something a little about Black Uru said, and to you, and you got some pushback, Black Uru, in the chat from Free Zone, who basically says stop the cap. It was black people being featured. I'm gonna be the middle ground here in this. What you set up greatly was that you had Spielberg. Spielberg had never done a black movie or whatever. He's the Star Wars. Raiders of the Lost Ark and all. Close Encounters guy, whatever. So he's suddenly going to this. Then you had the greatest producer of the time in Quincy Jones. So they thrust that. But I just want to say this: you had plenty of black movies at the time. I grew up watching Raisin in the Sun, Soldier Story, things like that. But we never seen a marketing push that was pushed so much to whereas The Color Purple was. So there's the meeting right there. Or there's the meeting in the middle right there. Just want to throw that out.
But brother Sir Tice, I mean, if you look at some of the stuff that was produced since then, it sort of is of the same vein, right? Because if you think about the whole Color Purple thing, it's about the suffrage of the black woman, what she endures, the abuse, the neglect, the marginalization. But fast forward to 2023. I mean, a lot of the black, quote unquote, black stuff that you see in the movies and on television, there's always some woman in there who's being done wrong. There's always some woman in there who's being abused. There's always some man in there who's this abusive, misogynist, who's doing all these wrong things. So, I mean, it's kind of carried over, man, over the decades. It kind of set the tone for a lot of the stuff you see on TV now that is, quote unquote, black TV, if you will.
No,
but what you have to consider is, I mentioned earlier, the effect of Oprah. And Oprah being on television every day, marketing misandry, and in particular, black misandry. And that in large part created an environment, perpetuated almost on a daily basis, perpetuated that very environment, X. So it was an encouragement towards creating more media of that sort, because you had this very prominent, very popular, adored figure on television every day infiltrating the minds of not just black people. In fact, mostly non-black people.
Yeah.
And so that's what encouraged the more creation, more support for that particular sort of message.
Yes, and the only thing I'll say, you know, as far as like the image of black people put out there, I'll say, there's enough black movies right now to where I don't think you got to lose that much sleep about the imagery. I mean, you can because I mean, okay, it seems like it's a concerted effort to, you know, hell, I did some content on that damn Adidas commercial where the black dude with a hairy chest and a bulge was in that damn woman's bathing suit. So yeah, we still gotta complain about the imagery and everything that's put out there. Like we don't need to rest on that. But I think there's enough depictions of black people in movies right now to where, you know, one story like right now, the argument that Oprah tried to make is that it was just one movie about one set of characters, and that was the life that they lived. You know, that's it.
I'm gonna disagree.
I don't think hold on. I don't think you can say that back then because it wasn't enough imagery put out there. But like right now, it's so much put out there now to where, you know, it's just you can make that, you could kind of make that argument now. Okay, it's just one movie. It's just one movie that just told one story. You can kind of make that argument now because there's so many black movies compared to, you know, you don't see that many Mexicans, Asians, or anybody else making as many movies as what black people make. Like black people, like you said, tangible shit that would actually help a community. No, we don't want that, but we want to be prominent in Hollywood. That, you know, shit like that.
I'm gonna respectfully I see where you're going. I disagree with you on this. That movie was the progenitor or the domino falling of the type of black movies now, not just slave movies. But if niggas ain't doing no goddamn slapstick, step and fetch it shit, it's just some other goofy black males ain't shit type of movie. Look at Tyler Perry movies. Look at Tyler Perry movies. This dude, and by the way, people don't complain because he's a black billionaire or whatever. The light complexion guy's gonna be the protagonist. The dark complexion guy's gonna be the antagonist. You can just predict it by just looking at the cast. Where are the movies? And by the way, I don't blame Hollywood for this. I blame the Spike Lees. I blame all these black directors who aren't putting out movies. Where's the good black drama? You know, a good black mystery with just black characters. Like, we don't have these tales. There's not enough. Hell, Derek Jackson's story alone would make a good movie and shit. You know what I'm saying? You know, what I'm getting at is that
well, I mean, in Hollywood, it's not about what you can create. It's about what you can distribute.
Okay.
Bottom line.
No. Here's where I disagree with you somewhat, Black Guru. Tyler Perry's headquartered in Atlanta. You got streaming platforms right now that you can do direct. Hell, I bought what's my man Isaiah Washington. Okay, I'll take that back. Isaiah Washington, shout out to him. He said fuck Hollywood or whatever. He used to be on Grey's Anatomy. I think he was in Crooklyn or one of them Spike Lee movies, if y'all remember him. He did a story recently that he financed himself on Bass Reeves. So my point is that the option is out there to produce this.
How many black people own and control streaming services?
Well,
how many black people own and control any social media that for which you might attempt to?
I just gave you an example.
I mean, I get what you're saying. I mean, there are plenty of black people who are creating credible films right now as we're speaking. There's probably a couple of thousand people, black people who are doing.
I don't see that much. I don't see that much. Hold on, real quick. I don't see that much evidence that white people are getting in the way of black people making movies.
Well, but I never said that I don't believe the issue is whether or not you can do a movie, but I will say this, you know, there is an expense to doing a movie, and it's very expensive to do a very good movie. So you're not going to make that kind of investment if you cannot guarantee that it's going to be distributed in a way in which you're going to get a significant return on investment. And if you cannot control the modes by which that particular product is being marketed and distributed, it doesn't matter how well you do in terms of directing and acting in that film. If it's not going to get in theaters, if it's not going to get on streaming services, You wasted your money and your time.
I disagree with you completely.
Not going to get on streaming services. Netflix. Hold on. Wait. Whoa. Netflix will put anything on Netflix.
Right.
And like, I mean, like, put it like this. I just saw a video of Cube talking about he wrote 2 more Friday movies, but Warner Brothers wouldn't green light it or something like that. I mean, look, Cube know how to make a movie on a budget, and Netflix is paying they paying Chris Rock and Dave Chappelle $30 million to do stand-ups on Netflix. I know for damn sure Cube could get some money off making some Friday movies and going straight to Netflix. Like, come on, like it's money to be made.
Before New Line, what was the budget on Friday? I'm sure one of you guys in the chat know. I want to say it was less than $2 million. Because I remember Chris Tucker saying he barely got 10 or 15,000 for it. They did that on a shoestring. What I'm saying to you, Black Guru, and this is all respect.
Shout out to Keep It 100. He said Tubi take anything. Hey, them Tubi movies be so funny. But anyway, unintentionally
I was just thinking about Tubi make every kind of black bullshit movie they come out with. It's on Tubi right now.
By the way, Keep It 100 knows more about this shit than all of us or what have you. You know, he works in that damn industry. My point is that people don't go to the theaters, Black Guru, like they once did. So the alternatives are out there. My main point is this, is that does the collective really want to see this, or have we been sucked in to the black man, you know, the dark-skinned black man going to be the heavy? The black woman's going to be the
I mean, can we back up though and really think about this? Right. You all mentioned Tubi, right? Or I mean, there are a number of streaming services.
I'm
right?
bullshitting with your Tubi. Netflix. Go ahead. Go ahead.
First of all, you got to get the money to finance it to actually do a credible film. That's going to be expensive unless you're wealthy.
They got money.
Ice Cube don't have the money.
Well, okay, you're naming a few people. Okay, so they make the investment and the money, and Cube has made a lot of movies, frankly. You know, so I mean, he doesn't appear to be antithetical to that. But as best I can tell, Cube is a wise man. As best I can tell, he appeared to make very wise decisions going back to when he was 19 to 20 years old with NWA. So as best I can tell, if Cube is not doing something or is doing something, he is doing something or not doing something for wizened reasons. If he's not making a whole lot of movies, it's for whatever reason he thinks that he will not either be able to get the return on investment for those films, and or he will not be able to get the distribution necessary for those films.
Okay, one second.
As best I can tell about Ice Cube, because there was a period where Ice Cube was making movies almost every 2 or 3 years or whatever.
Right. But Mr. Marcus Aurelius, Keep It 100. I summon you to the panel. You can make small. Hell, look at the, like y'all said, stuff on Tubi. It's a black streaming service. I can't think of what it's called. One of y'all will correct me. It is a black streaming service where they do movies like it's one of my favorite hood movies.
Somebody in the chat says Dame Dash got a streaming service. Like, what the hell?
Yeah, it's garbage. It's got this movie called.
But how much are you gonna get paid from that streaming service versus how much it's gonna cost you to make?
Well, Black Guru, what I'm saying is that
I mean, you said you guys throw out.
What's your point, Black Uru? I don't understand your point.
I'm saying you all speak as though there are options, but we don't ourselves know the economics associated with those options.
Yes, we do.
And if you have, for example, hundreds of films, if you have hundreds of films on any streaming service, then now you're competing against hundreds of films on that streaming services, and you know that the films that are going to get the most traffic are either going to be those that were already either great film, very successful when they were at the theater, and or they have a major star associated with those films. So even though you might have hundreds of films, let me finish. Even though you may have hundreds of films on the streaming service, you might have only a dozen films on the streaming services that's getting 90% of the actual playtime. And so if you're paid based on if you're paid based on playtime, then are you the producer of that film going to get a return from that playtime that's going to be commensurate or in excess of what you had to invest in making that film? That's a legitimate question.
I have no idea what you're talking about. I don't even know.
It's
I don't
defeatist
wait,
thinking, Bernard.
listen. I'm like,
It's not defeatist thinking.
Wait,
You all are making assumptions.
Hey, let's back up. Okay, I guess I want to understand what problem, because I've got lost in even what problem are you saying that we have, and because I don't even understand what problem that you are even saying can't be solved. Like
I'm not citing.
Wait, no. I'm not asking you to solve nothing. I just want you to state the problem so I can even understand why you even going down the rabbit holes you're going. What's the problem?
We are making with any type of film, the most important thing about film is not being able to produce the film or direct the film, is to distribute the film. Now, there are bottlenecks in the film distribution business. A lot of it is consolidated. You got one or two families or whatever own all the goddamn movie theaters in the country. For example, one of them you see prominently displayed in every damn movie you go to before the even movie starts. And that's a small hat person. And by the way, those small hats go back generations.
Yeah, we know. Metro.
So you have consolidation.
You're not stating.
I'm saying if you have a small concentration of people who control distribution, either in the theater and or in the streaming services, it does not matter whether or not you're willing to produce a film. If you perceive you will not be able to generate enough distribution of that film in order to generate a return on your investment. It's that simple. It's simple economics. I don't understand what the confusion is.
And if somebody listens to you, Black Guru, we will get nowhere as a race because we'll never try. We'll never make an attempt.
No, I'm not talking about thinking. I'm not talking about defeatist thinking. I'm saying that I believe
defeatist. How can we do this? We can't do this. Do you remember the Blair Witch Project? It was made with a camcorder. It was made in 1999. It went on to make, I think almost $100 million. The Blair Witch Project. Y'all remember that? It went on to make almost $100 million. If those people would have listened to you, they never would have made it.
What is it that you're not seeing? I see black movies.
Spike Lee did the same. Spike Lee did the same thing.
Black movies. Just explain this to me real quick. I see black movies everywhere all the time. I see more other than white movies. Stop.
Bernard,
damn, hold on. I need to ask the question so you will even know what you're answering. Okay, I see white movies everywhere. All right. Other than white movies, the second race of people that I see make more movies is black people making movies. What is it that you're not seeing that you're saying is a problem? I just want to fully understand your argument. What is it that you're not seeing? Go.
Well, I guess I'm confused now because you appear to be contradicting what the other gentleman said earlier, and that is we're not making enough black movies. So which is it? We're not making enough black movies, or we got too many black movies?
Can I answer that?
No. I don't think we're not making enough black movies. I think there's plenty of black movies. We did have something to say about depictions in movies, and particularly the early depiction in The Color Purple. I do think there's a variety of depictions that take place, but it could stand to be better. But I do think black people have more control over their depiction than what we're talking about. But I think you're saying is that, so I think your argument is that we're not seeing enough black movies. Is that your argument?
No, I'm saying that anything that you see, or I'm saying anything that.
Hold on. Is your argument about the depiction or the quantity of black movies?
It's neither.
Neither. What I'm saying is whatever you see in movies, you have to filter through the standpoint of black people have zero ownership in the actual distribution of that product. Let me finish. Let me finish, please. And because black people have zero ownership of the distribution, that frames whatever you're going to see. Black people, The Color Purple was not a black film. It had black people in it, but it was not a black film. It was a Steven Spielberg film. It was what, Warner Brothers or whatever film. It wasn't a black film. That was distributed by white people. The only one who had any slight ownership in that project was Alice Walker because she wrote the book.
All right, if white people, okay, all right. So if white people, if white companies own the distribution companies that distribute movies, and I'm assuming they're to have the vested interest in making money, and there are plenty of black movies that are profitable and make money. So I don't think, what are you saying, they got a problem with making money with black people?
No, but they pick and choose what they think will make money. And very often those projects are not necessarily complimentary of black people.
Okay, real quick. Let me say this note briefly. Uru, if this was 1986, 87, up to 90, I would almost agree with you. But as a person who works in the industry, mention in the chat, keep it 100, the business model has changed. People don't go to the movie theaters like they used to. I posted a black streaming service, just a link in the chat. There's things from direct to consumer, things like that. The movie industry, or Hollywood in general, is suffering. But somebody in the chat mentioned also there's Bollywood, for the Indian movies. And there's also the Africa channel. There's all of these things for the niche pockets that basically the movie industry has become more, we're not going to do many blockbusters. We're going to cater to various niches or whatever. There's people who like documentaries. There's people who like comedies. There's people who like black movies and this, what have you, right? That's what it is. You're talking about an outdated business model in a sense. Okay, yes, we know about the Creeds and all that. Those are the blockbuster films, but there's a ton of other things and outlets out there. Now, my general point was that, do black people, even on these smaller outlets, want to see us in, like I said, in a variety of roles? And I say, as a mass populace, no, we don't. That's why we got the buffoonery and the slave movies, even on these black streaming networks. But you also have, like I was going to say, also, you do have what I call the hood beach comedy classics, like Fat Beach, one of my favorite movies of all time, by the way. But no, you have those. But you're speaking of, I think, of an outdated model. I'll end on that because I know others are chomping at the bit.
All right. I'm gonna go to Nate after I read these super chats. Shout out to Deacon Salty Balls in the building again. Says Mosaic 2 and 4 thine Fisher's cracks of, I gotta make this shit bigger so when I read his shit. These Fisher's crack of chasms are the only thing that binds this broken portrait. Each composeth the sum of the whole, one of despair, trauma, and voidness. Thine she heathen can't step back to see. She paints chaos. Thank you very much for the super chat, Deacon Salty Balls. Do appreciate that. Shout out to who else we got in here. I know there was some other super chats that came after that. It says the New Color Purple is based on a theater play. Yes, this thing is a musical that they're going to be doing. Clay Bigsby,
he's saying the original came from a play with which they're
yeah, no, I get it. Yeah. Clay Bigsby 704 in the building says lesbians profiting off black man back. That play works. Absolutely. Dane C in the building says Carmen 1954 was the first all-black cast film. Interesting fun fact. Didn't know that.
Right.
Dane C in the building says the New Color Purple is now in the form of reality TV. I don't know what you mean by that, but it clarify what you mean in the chat room. True Hype in the building says Mark Harris is a black filmmaker from Chicago, that every film he's made is profitable. Yeah, no doubt. Thank you for the super chat. Appreciate that. Dane C in the building says, I heard they want 100 million for Friday franchise. Who is they and who they want that 100 million from? I don't know exactly what you mean by that, but I looked it up, and Friday After Next cost Cube 10 million to make. So take that to be, whatever you want. It don't, you can recoup that 10 million, even if you got Chris Tucker to come back. Chris Tucker prices ain't that high nowadays. The Rush Hour days is done. He can't demand 20 million a film. So anyway, go ahead, little big Nate. You got the floor. You got the mic.
Chris Tucker was great in Air. He was excellent.
Yes, he was. Yeah, he was. Yes, he was.
He was excellent in that. No disrespect to Black Uber, but it's the same defeatist thinking. It just is. Instead of finding ways to accomplish something, people with certain mentalities find a reason why we can't. that is indicative of Black men in this country who've aligned themselves with a particular political party. Oddly enough, the men on the opposite side don't ever talk like that.
Wait, hold on, wait, Uru, wait a minute, time out. Uru, didn't you say you voted for Trump the last time you was on here?
That doesn't make you a Republican.
Wait, Uru, let me ask him. Uru, didn't you say you voted for Trump the last time you was on here?
He did.
Yeah, I voted for Trump.
All right, so Nate,
whoa,
we don't gotta go there. You ain't gotta go there with it, man.
Bernard, voting for a particular political candidate one time does not mean you're not carrying the thinking that you developed over 40, 50 years associating with a certain party. It doesn't.
Fair enough.
I mean, brother, you're talking about me as if I've never voted for a Republican before.
Listen. The point that I'm making.
Can I make my point now, Uru?
The point that I'm making. Hold on, wait. I muted both of y'all. The point that I'm making, I don't want this to go down the rabbit hole of a Democrat versus Republican debate. That's not really what we on. I understand the dots that Nate connect. I'm not saying Nate is wrong for connecting the dots. I don't want the conversation to go there. So every point can be made without making Republican versus Democrat.
Bernard, that's why I didn't say Republican Democrat, Bernard. I said the party.
We know what you're talking about, though.
I'm trying to avoid it, but still make my point.
Nate, before you go,
you gotta give me that.
I'll give it to you. Go ahead.
All right, thank you.
Nate, real quick, bless your channel or whatever, back when we used to be together. So, man, be nice.
I'm not attacking him.
Okay,
please.
We cool. Everybody cool.
Let me speak. I'm not attacking him. I'm attacking the thinking. Okay? And it is disastrous for us, this type of thinking. We always find a reason why we can't do something. And it's not indicative of Black war. It's indicative of our relationship with that certain side of the political system. Why is it that you always hear that type of sentiment coming from gentlemen who are over there? And then the exact opposite comes from the men on the opposite side, and it's demonstrated in all the businesses they own, all their accomplishments. We have to abandon the thinking of can't, okay? We have to, if something's difficult, we have to find out how to make it happen, not why it can't. Talking like this has to stop.
Agreed.
If you don't have, and I'm not talking to Black Uru, but in any conversation, if you don't have solutions, how to do something, please don't focus on why we can't do it, because those are the conversations that have been had in Black bookstores since the 80s. Why we can't do something, why we can't do something. That's all I'm saying. And I'm right. Now, on the Hollywood shit, there was a series called Squid Games. How many of y'all watch Squid Games on Netflix?
I know of it. I didn't.
All right.
My thing, but
every Black person I know watched Squid Games. It is a subtitled Korean series. There's no English. Everybody in it is Korean. And they speak Korean, but it's dubbed, with English, of course, so you can watch it. It was, I think, the #1 series on Netflix for almost 2 months. #1 series. If those Koreans would have said, you know what, this American market's never going to love this. Black people are never going to watch this. Man, why even do it? These people never would have done it, and it wouldn't have been the smash success. And they want several more iterations of this series. Netflix does.
Can I interject?
Stop talking about why things can't be done. Thank you.
But the Squid Games worked because it was a success in Korea. It was created in a different country.
Maybe we should stop. Uru, why don't we stop making...
You're comparing something that was created in a different country.
Whoa. So because Squid Games was successful in Korea, that's going to translate to America?
I'm saying my wife is a big fan of Korean television. In fact, she probably watches that more than she does any other television. And all of those shows are very successful, very profitable in Korea.
That does not mean they're going to translate here, Uru.
But I'm saying it's easier to support something when you've already established an entirely separate
Asian market for it of success.
How about this, Uru? How about this? How about we don't make? How about we stop worrying about making black movies and make excellent movies that everybody will want to come to? I've told this story before. My supervisor comes into town for a ride review once every couple of months, and I handle the upstate of South Carolina. We go driving. He just watches me do my claims, and my supervisor always wants to stop at this black-owned Meat and 3 by the BMW plant in Greenville. He loves it. It's owned by black people. We go to the goddamn restaurant. It's the fucking parking lot is filled with 7 Series BMWs.
Is it barbecue?
Nothing but wealthy white executives eating in there. And it's a damn juke joint, black-owned, 3 and a meat restaurant. And they make plenty of money, great service, wonderful product. If they listen to you, these white folks, they're not gonna come to our restaurants and blah, blah, blah. You produce a great product, you'll get everybody's money. How about we just make magnificent things that happen to be made by black people and we get everybody's money? How about that?
Hey, the only reason why I came up, right, and I know probably Keep It 100 speak to this a little bit, is the whole like industry has flipped on its head. In the process right now, they're going through a writer's strike because of money, because they want the streaming sites to like open up and all that stuff. But one of the big things is that the people that actually can make their micro budget films, and that's not even low budget. Low budget's under $1 million. This is the type of money we talk about. That Mark Harris made most of his films for under 20 grand. Now, in the grand scheme of things, that sounds like a lot of money, but it's really not in the movie making business, especially when you go up. There's some guys that made movies on $5,000 shoestring budgets. Has anybody heard of Robert Rodriguez? Anybody? Once upon a time in Mexico. Like I mean, it's stuff like this, and this has happened a whole lot. There's a movie called Primer. Those dudes made a movie on $5,000.
I literally just watched that confusing ass time travel movie.
Yeah,
that was in 2004. It's a classic.
Yeah,
but it's confusing as fuck.
Like it's they I think they did a decent job for what it was. 4-Eyed Monsters. And look, I'm on the indie side, right? And I deal with a bunch of like indie filmmakers. Like one of my friends has a movie on Amazon right now, and I got several other friends, like they're making movies, black filmmakers and all kinds of nationalities. It's actually probably not as profitable to own some of these smaller streaming companies, because isn't Netflix like not profitable technically right now? Because like they're still building up their stuff. Disney Plus ain't.
Right.
They have another division of their company to like, kind of stave off. So I mean, like we're looking at it from a really myopic kind of viewpoint. And like if you want to look on the Hollywood side, Hollywood's dying.
Yep.
Why do you think they're doing all these gimmicks? Why do you think they're doing all these gimmicks all the time?
If I could, real quick, Blair Witch Project budget, 60 grand, net total, $248 million.
Nate, Blair Witch is an anomaly. Stop using it. It's an anomaly.
Don't tell me what to talk about.
No, that ain't me telling you what to talk about. That's
I'm gonna absolutely present that. If those people would have listened to you, they never would have made the movie.
Okay, bro, name 5 movies, and I'm gonna make a different point that might actually align with what you're saying, but do this. Name me 5 other movies that you can compare to Blair Witch that did what Blair Witch did.
Why do I need to name 5 more movies that
exactly
budgeted for 60 grand and made 248?
It's an anomaly, bro.
There are plenty of movies that made money that were low budget films.
Okay, in the vein of Blair Witch, name them.
I don't need to.
No, you actually do.
Okay, I'm showing you the most amazing example of it.
Okay, it's an anomaly.
It might not be that.
It might be right.
It's an anomaly that's justified in the conversation.
No, it's an anomaly.
Yes, it is.
It may not be that many of them. I think we can accept that and agree with that. Somebody just put Paranormal Activity. Apparently, if it was a time in movie history where if you can convince people that it was a live, caught on camera, ghost situation, people will come in to see it to think they're seeing some actually real ghost stories. All right, cool. All right, but I want to hear what Keep It 100 came up here to say, because he do got some, some inside knowledge on the film industry. He kind of work in the business. So go ahead, Keep It 100. Just what generally did you have to say about this whole thing?
Okay, so basically, to some degree, the traditional Hollywood structure does restrict certain types of films from coming out, but part of it, if you want to say part of it is racism, you can, but another part of it is how Black folks respond to certain movies. Okay, there's a market, right? There's a market. In other words, if you look at Black films, they're usually the same type of Black film, right? There's a small kind of like small there's we know we got the slavery films, we got the street stuff, we got the comedy slapstick stuff, you know what I'm saying? We got the the two can play that game type of stuff. There's a type of film that Black people pay to see. And once, like, let's say when Tyler Perry came out, he started putting out his films, the Black Men Ain't Shit films, or his films are sprinkled with a little bit of Christianity and stuff like that. They kind of look at the types of films Black people respond to, and they tend to make more of those. So when we say, well, why don't we have the Black mystery or the Black suspense thriller, the Black this or the Black that, any genre directed to that you don't see directed to Black people, is mostly because the traditional Hollywood structure does not want to bet on Black people going to see those films. Okay, now when you look at Tubi or the streaming networks, and this is to what Uru was saying, there's a ton of films on these streaming networks with people in it that you never seen before, this, that, and the third. Then these films get made. They're on these streaming networks. Some of these streaming networks are non-exclusive, so you can throw them wherever you want and get your money. There's a lot of low budget or indie distributors like Maverick or Maverick Black. There's a lot of film distributors that you never heard of, and they throw you a little chump change to make a film. Tubi right now is Blaxploitation, in my opinion. They're building their platform on a bunch of bullshit hood flicks, right? Because that's what Black people go see. That's what Black people watch. We like the hood flick. We like the hood drama. Just like the books that the girls read, those Black love stories, hood stories, jail stories, and this type of stuff. For me, in my opinion, being around this long enough, for me, it's the audience. The audience wants a certain type of product, and it's hard to give them a different product because you don't know if they're going to respond to it. Like, look at Red Tails. Red Tails was a flop, right? You try to give Black people something different outside of what we spend money to go see, and you lose.
Real quick question. Hold on, real quick question. Red Tails was like did white people like kind of make and produce that, or was it just
that was I think that was Lucas. That was Lucas.
Who?
George
Lucas.
George
Lucas.
George
Lucas.
Lucas.
George Lucas.
The creator. His black wife, Melanie Hobson, was the one who encouraged him to make the film, to her credit.
Absolutely.
The creator of Star Wars actually made Red Tails.
Yeah.
Wow,
yeah.
I didn't know that. And it flopped. I wonder, because that's interesting. That's interesting because there are some Black movies that white people show up to see, especially if it's a big name white director, like for example, so what we were just talking about, Steven Spielberg directed The Color Purple. It's some sort of like hell. I know white people, when I went to go see Ali, it was nothing but Black people in there, but I know white people probably came, the next week after the niggas saw it. They didn't want to come there. They want to come there down in the trenches when I went up with Black people in there.
Are you talking the Will Smith Ali?
Yeah, Will Smith Ali. It had a white director, so I know white people.
Yeah, Michael Mann from Miami Vice. It was horrible.
Yeah. Well, what's the one movie? Men of Honor. I know more white people that saw that movie than black people,
Well,
which is
if you want to talk about a black
Yeah.
movie, why don't we talk about Bootsy's My Struggle? He produced it for $250,000. He made $1 million the first day. How many of you guys on the negativity train turning down $750,000 profit first day? And it was streamed on a company called Vyre, V-Y-R-E.
Yeah.
$750,000 profit for all the naysayers the first day. Thank you.
And I'm gonna go back to Keep 100. I do want to let him finish. It is some confusion about what's a black movie. Like he talking about Tenet. Christopher Nolan directed that. They know he did fucking Inception and Interstellar and all kind of other movies. So he basically just made a white movie and put Denzel Washington's son as the main character, but it was still a white movie. Like the stuff like that don't count as a black movie. There's some black actors. Yeah, so some black actors that they would just put in a white role. They could put any color in that role. If the movie got the right production, right director, the right promotion, it's gonna get in there. It's gonna roll out and it's gonna do the damn thing. But when you're talking about a black movie made by blacks, produced by blacks, targeted and marketed to blacks,
right?
I think what Keep It 100 is saying, it's a certain formula that black people will show up to see. Like for example, they didn't show up to see that Beloved, that Oprah Winfrey shit, with it that she put out. that flop.
I think black people generally do not like period films, by and large.
Hold on, The Color Purple, those are period pieces. Slavery movies
is a black female martyrdom film.
Yeah,
right.
Yep.
I feel like
the paradigm. Yeah.
The color.
You can't just put that. You can't exclude that from it.
Yeah, fair enough.
The color.
Beloved didn't have a martyrdom.
Let Keep It 100.
Yeah, go ahead, Keep 100. I'm gonna let you go. Go ahead.
So I'm gonna say this about The Color Purple or The New Color Purple or any other what I call victim porn movie that they put out for either black women or women in general. Like, I mean, you look at The Handmaid's Tale. To me, like, women respond to victim porn. If you go to Lifetime, right, which is the channel for women, right, the cable channel for women. Yep. Right, and you'll see a good number of movies about some woman struggling with her husband, boyfriend, whatever, domestic abuse. I don't want to say the word. It starts with an R. You understand what I'm saying? This is the type of stuff that audience responds to, and I put Color Purple in that bag with that. So it's not necessarily a black film per se. To me, it's a woman. It's a woman's film, and it's part of that victim porn genre that, that's what I call that, victim porn, where women go to see, how women are oppressed and yada, yada, yada.
Also, I think the problem Red Tail,
Keep It 100 for you. But go ahead, Black.
Did not feature black women, and there was some interracial stuff. Black man, white woman, and Red Tail. So I think that also.
Yeah, but it was marketed for. It was marketed for me.
I'm not referring to the quality of the movie. I'm just saying that
it was marketed poorly. It was marketed poorly, just like the Jesse Owens story, Race. That was marketed poorly, because, like, honestly, to me that was an American story, and I think they did Jesse Owens a disservice because the movie was fairly decent, right? But the way they marketed it's Race. They covered up his face. You don't even know who the movie actor is on the poster. It's just there's a lot of silly stuff that gets done, and most people look at a lot of the movie industry is full of middle managers, right? And they're scared to lose their job, and they want to be safe, but you can't do that. The Hollywood quote unquote blockbuster was made on gambles that nobody in America really took at first, because the Hollywood banker was a Scandinavian dude, and he funded like movies like most of the movies in New Line Cinema and all this stuff. And it's like, so if you're really going to look on that side of the house, most of the stuff that made money was outliers. I mean, straight up, because like 80% of the movies don't make any money.
Right.
It's straight up.
The problem I have with the conversation is, and I'm not telling nobody how to talk, but if black women for the last 40, 50 years can go get with white small hat Jews and make all the movies they want disparaging black men, then when black men want to talk about this, we sit around talking about why we can't make movies. Fucking black women can go get these movies made, and black men can't find a way to make movies. Bootsy found a way. Negativity and the we can't need to stop.
I got a good way to segue into your question to Keep It 100. Keep It 100. That's what's up, dirty folks with that. Anyways, Keep It 100. Can you tell us where the money is? Is it into selling it to a distributor, or is it like getting a I don't want to say consignment, but waiting to see how the movie does and you wait for the returns? What is the model nowadays versus going to a big studio? And what's the incentive for a small movie producer like what Nate is describing to wait for a payoff? Can you go into that aspect?
I mean, there's so many different ways people do it. In terms of what Nate is talking about, black women able to do this, do that. There's grants, man. You can hit up Google. Look, it would if let's say if I wanted to make a movie today, it would make sense for me to push some girl as the director or the producer and put her down as director or producer for us to get a grant or some funding, even if I'm behind it. You understand what I'm saying? Because that's what they're giving money to.
You basically
when he says stuff about, oh, black women could go and do this, understand that them small hats or private funders or whoever, they would rather give the money to that black woman than give it to you.
So how do we solve that problem?
Hey,
not even going to get money from them. The money's out there.
Nate,
No,
you,
but what I'm saying
consumer.
is, listen, what I'm saying is,
you get the money
if you're
out.
going to make the comparison, just understand that that's how that works. So obviously you're going to have more of those types of films coming out than anything that you're saying should happen, because it's a steeper hill to climb.
I'm not worried about stopping those movies from coming out.
I'm
concerned
wasn't
about
my point.
Getting the movies we might want to do out.
Can I interject? I'm gonna put my publisher hat on real quick.
And I didn't even answer the question, but go ahead.
Yeah, 100 been on fire, bro. I just been listening to you, bro. Like, you've been on fire, bro. I just want to interject on what because I know that little Big Nate about to take it right. He can't take it left because he's conservative. All right, so here's the thing, man. And I'm coming from a publisher distributor point of view, right? Because I got an Amazon Prime channel, I got a Hulu channel. You know what I'm saying? I don't have no content, but I got the channels. Right. And we got the hookup with PlayStation. So, you know, to put music on video games, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I'm saying from this aspect, I woke up this morning and this is the first thing I realized. Deadpool is a well-known cartoon character. Deadpool has never moved more than 160,000 units, ever.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
It's the marketing, it's not the product. When you look at the marketing, when you even go from, because black is just for women, gays, and felons. So you have to exclude the color and look at the women and the felons, right? Because y'all talking about hood movies, that's felon. Y'all talking about Color Purple, that's women, right? Because there's a lot of good male movies. They might not have male directors like an Antoine Fisher. That's a great American story with black people in it. But black movies y'all talking about is women and gays and felons, right? You know what I'm saying? What's my man name? Y'all just said they do. They got the cross-dresser in Atlanta.
Tyler Perry.
Women, gays, and felons. That's what y'all talking about, right? Let me explain to you this. This is how this works. Besides the fact y'all need to rebrand ethnically. This is how this works. And there are black, especially in Chicago. I got my federal deal, my Sam Gov number from the people who ran ICE Theaters, which is like Chicago's version of Magic Johnson Theaters. So there are black theaters. I've been in 3 movies. You know, 4 movies if I count Mark Harris. Shout out to Mark scary ass. And got them at the 3 movies I did, right? Because I support Chicago, regardless of what Chicago does. If it happens in Chicago, I'm there for the tacos, right? So I know the players of the game that y'all talking about, and they tell me about the Hollywood part, and I help them out with the publishing part to keep their numbers right. And at the end of the day, most black male content is purchased and consumed by white men and black women. So even when you guys talk about why can't we tell our story, most black male content is consumed by white men and black women. You will go to any popular rapper concert and you'll see more white girls in the crowd than black people, period. Y'all act like when rappers go platinum, it's 1 million black men bought the album. Nah, nigga, I stole it myself, man.
Isn't that, aren't the numbers in the population, don't that have something to do with it?
No,
not necessarily.
Not really.
Not on that marketing side.
No,
I mean, there's so many more white people. Is my point.
Yeah, but but it's overwhelming because most of the cats that I knew growing up, or whatever, on the mixtape side, right? They they bootlegged the stuff. They didn't give you no money anyway. And the other cats, the other ethnicities, they bought it right out. You know what I'm saying? They actually supported
it. Everybody's money, not black people's money. I want everybody's money.
Exactly. But if you want everybody's money, then you have to know what your story is, right? And y'all don't want to be brand and stop being black to get away from the women, gays, and felons. So just listen to this. The reason that I'm dirty, folks, is because I know that white people will support Crypto-Cola. They'll support Snoop with Martha Stewart. They'll support toxic masculinity because they need black men to be the voice of the toxic stuff that they can't say anymore. So I'm comfortable with that. Somebody called me Andrew Dice Clay masquerading as Kevin Samuels yesterday. I thought that was hilarious. But I understand that's the niche if you want to get the bread from the consumer marketing wise. If you want to tell a different type of story, because there's a million stories out here. Man, I've written 7 books and a screenplay. I had a screenplay, D. Ray Davis, Malik Youssef, Ramfest, and a couple other artists was actually going to be, and it was a real story about Chicago when the BD stole a bootleg radio station. We was going to call it Hood Radio. And you know what I'm saying? And there's stories out there, but and then that's when I got in a fight. Well, y'all don't know. That's when I got into it with Spike Lee. But anyway, the point is that it's not about the story. It's about the loss. How much can you lose? Because like you said, 80% of movies don't make money. And it's a lot of hood movies that's financed by drug dealers. It's a lot of Fridays out there that produce, you know what I'm saying, do like, I'll make a movie, like I give some money.
Yeah, there's a lot of films. There's a lot of films, period, that are somebody else.
He just made the argument that I was making earlier that you all were decrying. And that is ultimately it does not matter what you create. It matters what the current infrastructure will distribute.
But one thing you said, Uru, though, is like you don't own the quote unquote like the service, basically the vending machine. You don't have to own the vending machine. You can actually make more money than the person that owns the vending machine, way more, because you can sell it right to your film all over the place.
If you can't put your product in the vending machine, you ain't gonna make shit.
I can put a product right now on Amazon.
Let me address.
Go ahead, keep 100.
Just because you put it in the vending machine, that don't mean somebody's gonna put $1 in it to get that product out of the vending machine.
All right, go ahead, keep 100. Go ahead, keep 100. Go ahead, keep 100.
You're telling me that's not defeated?
Go ahead, keep it 100.
Oru,
you was gonna jump in.
I love Nate.
Yeah,
Nate, my favorite Southern pastor, man.
Yeah, go ahead. 100.
Oru, distribution is different now. It's not the same as it was before. For me, the problem is not necessarily distribution. There's so many options now, as opposed to back in the days to distribute a film. You understand what I'm saying? For me, it's the production budget, and like my man said, the marketing. You understand? So those two things, and also if what you're making will be received for the audience that you're making it for. Those are the things. Distribution is not the thing that it used to be. Back, if you're talking about back in the 80s or 70s or even the 90s, back in the days where you had the traditional Hollywood structure, which someone said Hollywood is dying, and that's true. I'm out here, bro. Like, I'm literally standing in California, in Hollywood right now, where you got the studios out here are renting out space for shit that ain't even got shit to do with movies. You know what I'm saying?
And thank you for making a point I made earlier, sir. Go ahead.
Right.
Well,
so
go ahead and finish.
If I could go after Bernard, please.
Nah,
can I ask 100 a question?
Who's that? Oru?
Yeah, 100. Now let me ask you this question: how much you be willing to invest in marketing?
Who's talking to me?
Hey, his
That's
sound
Uru.
keeps on cutting out. Uru. Like I can hear
Uru. He
like
kind of
every
cutting out.
fifth word.
Hey,
No,
can I ask a question real quick, please?
I can
Real
make it
quick.
out. I promise I got you, Nate. Just hold on a second.
Okay.
But Uru, go ahead and ask. Keep it 100. Your question.
How much you're willing to invest in production and marketing be a function of the extent to which you think you will be effectively able to distribute that film.
What you talking about? Me personally, or you talking about what? No,
Well,
see, nobody.
I'm assuming you would make logical business decisions as with anyone else.
Well, nobody. I mean, people don't really pull money out of their pocket to produce films. You get a budget. Like most of these films, a lot of these films ain't even produced. A lot of them ain't even produced by Hollywood itself. A lot of times they pull budgets from independent, financiers, et cetera, et cetera. So if I'm getting
real quick, people wonder. Well, I hear that 90% of most films are crowd funded. So when we talk about, well, why can't Spike Lee use his money? He even gets funding and things. Is that true?
Nobody uses their own money.
Right. So if we understand that, then why ask me how much would I XYZ? Understand that
when I say how much you would put in, I'm not saying it's necessarily your bank. I'm saying whether your bank or wherever you can get money from, whether it's your friends or from investors, that's all going to factor in the budget in terms of what you think you will be able to generate on a return, so that you or your investor will recoup.
So this is how I'm gonna answer that question. If I'm being given a budget, fuck where it comes from. If I'm being given a budget, it's on me to create a product. Not in this distribution is not the issue. It's really about creating something that people are gonna actually pay to see. There's too many lanes of distribution right now to be talking about, distribution this, distribution that, vending machine. There's too many vending machines. I mean, there's vending machines for bullshit right now. We talking about Tubi, which again, which is building their platform off of the trashes, some of the garbages films garbages. That's a new word, y'all. You understand what I'm saying? So the worst films I've ever seen, but they're building that platform. Let me finish. They're building that platform with the knowledge that these guys are shooting stuff that the audience is going to respond to. So it's not even about the quality of the story or anything like that. They know that, look, if you shoot a bunch of hood shit, black people are going to come to the platform and watch it. So that's the Negro vending machine right now. That's Tubi. That's the hood of the streaming platforms. That's Tubi. They know it's gonna make money, and Tubi makes money off of ad revenue, just like YouTube does. So that as long as you can pack the theater, we'll take your film. It fits in line with what we know will work. Let us have it, right? So when you talk about Netflix and all these other streaming platforms, again, you have to create something that they know will get the views. They don't care about none of that other stuff, right?
Can I answer the question that he thought he was asking?
I mean, you guys are making my
primary. I could clear a lot of this up. Black Uru just proved my point with what he said. He said, "Who's to say that anyone would pick your product even if it was in the vending machine?" I tell you what, Black Uru, there's a 100% chance of failure if your product is not in the machine. You just advised black men not to put their product in the machine. There is a 100% chance you will get nowhere and have nothing if the product is not in the machine. You're telling me not to put the product in the machine.
So now let me respond to Nate.
You are a defeatist.
All right,
so now let me
real quick.
respond
Keep
to
it 100. Keep it 100. Hold on. You got next. Keep 100. All right. Carlo in the building says we need to support each other as black men. Look what happened to Power. 50 got forced to endorse they in book 2 because he was probably told to do so by others. Thank you for the super chat. Do appreciate that. The Kobe 42. I assume Kobe. The Kobe. Everybody mute up real quick. I hear background. I don't know. Yeah, Sir Tice. I think that's you. I think that's you. You got yeah. All right. Damn, everything in my head says seems so clear. Like, nigga, stay muted until you talk. Until it's time for you to talk. But all right. All right. The Kobe 24, the Kobe 42, because I assumed the Kobe 24 was taken already. He says it's risk mitigation and collateral. You need analytics and minimal sales guarantees in the worldwide market. Thank you for the super chat. Appreciate that. Snuggles says, drop the link, play my music, and I would like to hear you people. What do you mean, you people? He's like to hear you people talk about something that I would like to listen to. Do you know what this is? I don't know what the hell you're talking about, Snuggles, but thank you for the super chat. Do appreciate that. And Sir Ty says, Dirty Folks, please trademark blacks. Blacks stands for women, gays, and felons. Yeah, you need to trademark that. Yeah, but and real quick, nobody responded. I'm going to keep it 100 next. I just want to throw this out there. And yes, this movie, it was Will Smith. So anything with Will Smith, they're comfortable. This is going to make money. But when I look at a movie like Pursuit of Happiness, that was a movie about a black man off just the strength of his own perseverance, determination. He just willed himself into success with carrying his son on his back the whole time. You know, like there's movies out there like that exist. So, you know, I don't even go down that route of saying, oh, they won't let you make a movie that depicts a black man doing something positive. It's like, no, those movies are out there. They do exist. So that's why I don't even understand sometimes where we're even going with this argument. But that's just my 2 cents on it. Go ahead. Go. Time out. Keep 100 wanted to respond to something. I forgot what it was he wanted to respond to. So I do want to hear him respond to it, whatever the hell it was. Go ahead, keep 100.
So I'm speaking to Nate's point, and this is what I'll say, right? Because he says, you know, people who people are defeatists if they, you know. I kind of draw this parallel, right? We see the WNBA. You know, women say, oh, we need to have the WNBA. We need, you know, to support women's sports. We need to do this. It should exist, and yada, yada, yada. And look what we have. We have women's basketball league, which stays in the red, right? It doesn't make money because it's not marketable to most people. The women who want it don't even support it, right? So when it comes to these films that we're talking about, we want to see, like I said, the films that are put out and marketed towards black people is the formula that they know works. Again, it's building the Tubi platform. That's how we know it works, right? The films that you're saying should be made, should they be made just for the sake of them existing, or will people actually go see them? So I ask anybody who's saying that these films should be made or that people should spend millions to make them, how many of those films do you actually watch that exist now? And I'm not talking about a film with a black lead. I'm talking about independent films directed towards black people that are not the standard fare that they feed us. How many of those films do you actually support or get others to support? I remember when Tyler Perry put out, I think it was Diary of a Mad Black Woman, and they loaded church people in buses to go see this film to make sure it was a winner, right? And now we have the Tyler Perry that we have today. How many of these films do you support? Do you go to these Kickstarters or I forgot the other platform that's the crowdfunder for the Indiegogo? Those are the two that people crowdfund for films, right? When you go to those sites, you'll see white films get all the funding in the world. Black films do not. Black films typically have to go to where they get these grants or these loans or whatever, you know, and usually they go to, like I said, Nate, black women and this and that. So you have to fill the criteria for that. That's why we just had this conversation the other day where I would say, listen, we need to put a black female face in front of a situation to get funding, right? So when you say, well, black men need to get their this and that together, well, how many black people or black men who want to see this stuff is actually funding this stuff, right? So it's good to get on here and say what should happen. How active are you in making it happen? Not just the film producers, but where's the money coming from? It's just a bunch of talk, cap, as far as I'm concerned, bro. Because I'm in these conversations all the time, and everybody's saying what should, or what would, or what could, but where's the money?
Was that addressed to me?
No, it was
all we hear is talk. So what I'm saying is, at the end of the day, the money is typically going to go down the lanes of what we know works. And again, if you want to see more of the stuff you're talking about, don't just go to Netflix, go to whatever streaming platform you have, look for those films and give them a view. Okay. And go to these crowdfunding platforms and throw some money down on what you're saying you need to see. Period. That's
my
it.
only point was the black men that want to do this is finding a way. If you're listening to people telling you how it can't be done, nothing will ever change. Let me give you another movie. Get Out cost $4.5 million, made $255 million.
It's a Hollywood
There you
movie.
go.
It's Hollywood film.
$4.5 million.
Wait, but hold on, wait, Jordan.
$4.5 million in the
Jordan, wait a
manuscript.
minute. You hold on. Keep on here. You said it's a Hollywood film. How and by what standard? I mean, like Jordan.
$4.5 million.
Hold. Jordan Peele, as far as I know, he wrote and directed, and he was.
Who funded it?
I mean, he wrote, directed, and produced. Oh, so he had
right.
What do you mean
Jordan Peele is a Hollywood director. He's in the system. Who funded?
That was his first movie, though.
Why did he only spend $4 million on it then?
No, that's not the point. Who funded it? Listen.
Uru, you got to stop. They in the middle of something, all right? And you just breaking up. You got Negro Wireless today.
The standard by which you decide a movie is Hollywood or not is really about where the money comes from. What studio did it come through? Did it come through a Hollywood studio? And where did the money come from? If the Hollywood system funded Get Out, then it is by definition a Hollywood film, unless it's an independent, like let's say Nate Parker, Birth of a Nation. Totally an independent film in its production stage, right? In its production stage, it was an independent, but it was Hollywood distributed, right? So that's how you determine what's a Hollywood film. I don't care if it's because it's black man produced, directed, this and that and the other. Where did he get the money from? So that's what makes it a Hollywood film. They paid for it.
All right, even that horrible movie, Precious, that was completely 100%. I mean, they got Monique. That was, I guess, a big name. But that was a completely 100% independent film,
right?
Like Tyler Perry and Oprah name got on it long after it was made, just to try to help it out and get it some buzz. But so those movies, like people can make movies and they make a good product that people want to see. Now I don't know why the hell anybody wanted to see Precious, but if you make a good product,
it's victim porn. It's another victim porn movie.
Yeah, it fell in the victim porn category.
It was a black movie. Literally.
I could give you some insight on Get Out. According to Google, it was funded by a company called Blumhouse. They fronted them the $4.5 million, which is really nothing. They also created movies like the Halloween series, Happy Death Day, Insidious, The Purge. So they spend mega tens of millions of dollars on movies. They said, okay, Jordan Peele, interesting idea. Black people having their brains stolen by white folks because black people are allegedly, physically superior. Hey, here's $4.5 million. They turned it into $255 million. Okay. You got to take your chances and you got to go ahead and try to get things done is the only point I'm making.
No, I understand that point. But what I'm saying is, again, are you funding or giving patronizing these films that we're talking about?
I watched I didn't go to the theaters to see it, but I watched Get Out, and so did everybody I know. Yeah,
no,
so that is patronizing.
But hold on. Going to the theater is what matters. So what I'm saying is, look, Nate, I don't totally disagree with you. That's why I said when I came in here, I said, I don't 100% disagree with you, but for me, it's about you got to put something. Not you, but we have to put something behind that talk. We just can't sit here and say what the other guy or these other people need to be doing. What are we doing to help that happen? You got to help it happen. It's just talk. What you need to do with this is a lot of speech, and then the people that are trying to do these things.
My stuff isn't speech, bro, because it's not about getting the collective of Black America to get behind a movie. It's about servicing, like Tice said, your niche market, getting people excited about your product. You can't come to me and say, I got a blackity black movie. I need money for it. I'm not going to be interested. Nobody is.
You just made my point. You said niche market. And again, black people and black films are a niche market. And you're kind of, when you do these like exception or outlier, and when you talk about Jordan Peele, again, Jordan Peele is in the system already. You talking about somebody who's not in the system.
Outliers,
all right. Well, let me ask this question. Let me ask this question, Nate. What type of movies would you say that you would like to see in the theaters?
I would give
what type of movies?
Give me Blade movies. It's not a blackity black movie, but it's incredible. And I know it's a Marvel character, but Blade was brilliant. And it's centered around a black man. There were black people in it. It was a great movie. Incredible movie. I love Blade.
I think we got movies like that.
But we got plenty.
Wait. There's plenty of movies out there where they got a big budget, a black main character kicking some ass.
Right.
Like that's out there.
That's not.
I just gave you Get Out. That's a tiny budget movie, and it was brilliant. I love
it. And you know, you want to know what happened, and I get how this is sort of to keep it 100 point. Before Get Out, you didn't see movies like that. Now, ever since Get Out, that's a genre now. Like that Lovecraft Country. I just watched this TV this series. It's on. I forgot what it was on. It's called Them or something like that.
Right.
What was it called? Yeah, it's like it's like a whole genre of black scary TV.
How much
series
did Love Jones cost? That was I don't know if everybody liked Love Jones. I like
my point. Hold on, no. Here's my point. My point is that Jordan Peele jumped out there, and this goes to both of y'all point really. Jordan Peele jumped out there and made something that Hollywood had never seen before.
True.
Once he did it and established there's a market for it. Black people do like scary movies with a little racial twist on it. Now that shit is everywhere now. Go to a stream, go to any streaming service and type in the right stuff. You're gonna find that shit. It's everywhere. So it's a market for it. Got to keep 100 is saying it got to be a market for it in order for us to see it regularly. And Nate, what you're saying is black people just need to be courageous and jump out there and create a market on something that doesn't exist yet and just do the damn thing.
But understand this and this
trial and error and failure is part of capitalism.
Let me take this. When we say black, hold on. I just want to clarify something. When you say black people need to be courageous, Jordan Peele wasn't. I wouldn't say he was courageous. They took a chance on him. It's their money, right? So what I'm saying is, if you're saying that black people need to be courageous and black people need to do this, then that means black people need to fund it. What Jordan Peele did, what Jordan Peele did was he was able to get a budget based on who he was already on television, right? He wasn't a nobody, right? So they gave him a $4 million budget, which Nate already agrees is a tiny budget.
It's nothing. They spend that on lunch.
Okay, thank you. So what I'm saying is they gave him a tiny budget. So that's as much as they would give him because they didn't know what it would do. They didn't know. Now it could have flopped and their net loss would have been $4 million and they wouldn't have cared. But it just happened to win.
Bro, you're making my point.
No,
so let me show you this. Let me show you this real quick.
Well, let me finish so that you understand that while I agree with you somewhat, my point is this: most of the time they won't do that, especially if you're not somebody proven or if what you're trying to do is not proven. You're saying, okay, it's an independent. That's not Hollywood, is it? So that's not Hollywood giving you the budget. He managed to get a budget from whatever company you name. Good for him. It's not easy to do what he did.
Are you saying real quick, Nate? So are you saying that, let's just say they was like, you got this weird idea for this movie about white people wanting to steal black people's bodies and harvest their brains or whatever the hell. You got this weird movie. Well, we're not gonna make that. We don't think it's a market for that. So if Jordan Peele would have reached in his own pocket, $4 million, or maybe got a little help from some of his buddies who got millions of dollars or whatever, and just made the damn movie himself and just produced the product and then just tried to just shop it to some streaming services or whatever. Like I think what Nate is saying, there's a will, there's a way, even if you don't get the Hollywood green.
Can I make my point?
I
please?
understand. Look, let me respond to him, bro. I understand that. But what I'm saying is, it helped that he was Jordan Peele in the first place. Let's start.
Yeah,
there.
true that. True.
Okay,
let's be honest, gentlemen. Let's be honest. Those white people. Okay, so you're telling me black people shouldn't listen to a Jordan Peele pitch and get behind it, but white people listen to it. Gave him what amounts
to
almost no money. $4 million is nothing. Like I said, they spend that on lunch. How about we look at Mel Gibson's Passion of the Christ that nobody would fund, and it went on to make hundreds of millions of dollars. So nobody would fund him. He funded it himself.
Let me ask you, Nate. You said you hold on. You said now, because I want to talk to Nate now. You said that black people, what he shouldn't have went to black people. What was the question you asked?
No, I said the way you all are talking, Jordan
talk to me.
Go ahead, man.
No, he's saying just talk directly to him.
Ask him his question or whatever. Go ahead.
I was saying Jordan Peele. The vibe I'm getting is y'all are saying, if Jordan Peele would have come to black people, they wouldn't have funded it.
No,
he didn't try to come to black people, but he went to white people, and white people gave him almost nothing, and he turned it into $250 billion.
I'm not saying that. What I'm asking, hold on. Let me respond to him now. Which black people would you think? Do you think Jordan Peele should have went to for that money?
Hollywood insiders that got an independent streak in them and want to take a risk on a young.
You talking about what? Like actors who produce stuff like this all the time? Because
$4 million is nothing between 20 people
that
are multimillionaires.
Okay, so what I'm saying to you is that happens every day. Jay-Z name is on a bunch of shit that you've seen, like that Malcolm and Marie movie,
okay,
or Gatsby or whatever. I mean, again, people tend to want to put their money behind winners. That's what they tend to want to do. Sometimes,
you know why white people win?
No, let me.
White people take risks.
Hey, bro. Let me.
White people take risks. That's why they win.
Check this out. Aside from all the white promotion you're doing right now, what I'm trying to understand.
The white promotion I'm doing.
Nah, that's
you don't want to study who wins.
Nah, because you
don't want to study who wins.
Okay, so that's the problem. Hold on. So what is the last movie like the type you're talking about that you put some money down on, fam?
I'm not a movie guy. I'm not.
But you're here talking about what?
Show you how ridiculous what you said is. I am an adjuster in South Carolina. My thing isn't movies. I will go and support the movies I like.
If you want to support those movies, go to the theater.
I have to go fund a movie for a guy.
No, I'm saying
there's 25 million black men.
I think he's saying just go watch it.
Go to the theater.
I do watch the movies.
You don't know, but you
At
said again, you said that you didn't go to the movies to see XYZ.
So now you're pushing the goalpost to me having to go to the theater.
No, this is
so I subscribe to HBO. HBO pays him. That is also patronage.
What I'm saying,
that's patronage.
This is my general statement, right? Black men, if you want to see these types of films, go see them. The numbers will reflect it, and you'll get more of them. Just like Nate's point. Oh, Get Out was a success. Now we got this whole new genre. So again, go see these movies, make them a success, and you'll get more of them. It's that plain simple, period. And then that's when people will feel like, black, white, purple is less of a risk. This is what they're responding to. Let's give them more. That's how it works, period. There's no other argument to make, bro.
All right, real quick.
My only point was,
you have another point?
Project, $60,000. $200 million, 4.5 million for Get Out, $250 billion. You got to take the risks. If we talk ourselves out of trying, nothing's going to happen.
Nate, hold on.
I think we're past that now.
Yeah. Can I ask you, I'm sorry, Bernie, just that dirty folks and Keep It 100 can contribute to. So what is the secret sauce? Is it creating the market or the buzz to be able to get the funding, or is it the story? Like, what is it, the chicken or the egg first? What are you think?
Okay, I can tell you that. That's easy. Now, it helps if you have a great story, right? Because the first story creates the genre, right? There were no real sci-fi flicks before Star Trek and none bigger than Star Wars. And now you got Battlestar Galactica and people fighting roaches, all types of stuff. So it takes the thought process first to see it's marketable. But most of the projects come off budgeting. I mean, off marketing budget. I can make a movie right now with $5,000 and just telling my guys, like, man, I know y'all make movies, y'all got the cameras, y'all been doing this your whole life. I write the script, man. Look, we just gonna do it. And I did that. We had a sitcom called Dot Detectives about girls always trying to find a dude cheating, but dude ain't cheating. And I got some guys at Viacom that was they were trying to sell it to Viacom. They actually from Sony, but they were trying to sell it to Viacom. To one of them channels, BET or one of them girl channels, whatever. But the point is, what they do is, if you can fund your project and market your project, people will buy your project.
Right.
It's the tree in the forest. If nobody hears it, did it make a sound? Right. So having a great project and putting it on, you know, there's a lot of excellent movies at on IMDb.com. A lot of excellent movies that nobody on IMDb. Right. The difference between those creative minds. Okay, you take a movie like Precious to get on that. If Precious isn't victim porn, it's one of those movies in cons that people say were great, but nobody saw.
Right, and they get all these awards. Yeah.
Without victim porn, they Mark Harris. I'm just teasing Mark, but yeah, for real, because Mark had Yahoo.com do an expose on him. He was only in 3 theaters, and nobody knows the name of his movie, but he's a critically acclaimed director. Right? Like everybody knows his name in the industry. Don't move no units. But I respect him because he did things in Chicago with the kids, teaching kids cinematography. I got much respect for Mark, even though he be acting funny when he see me. The real thing. Okay, I'll give you a perfect example. My favorite movie, to the point that I got a homegirl that calls me Russ, right? She says she's my Kimura. The movie Crush Groove. Everybody knows what Def Jam is now, but nobody remembers when Russell was begging his dad to help support him, and he had to go to others to get the support. Nobody remembers that. Nobody will remember that. Yeah, that was my favorite part too. Nobody will remember in 2 years that I was begging people before the pandemic, when the world stopped, that man, when Colin Kaepernick took that knee for Afrocentric hairstyles, because I think that's all he did it for, to get a chemical blow. When he took that knee for Afrocentric hairstyles, all the black people started yelling, "We need our Oscar!" And I sat there and I spoke to, because most people don't have an imagination. And I sat there and I rounded up all the comedians from Chicago. I tagged them all in a post, everybody from Chicago. And I said, yo, athletics is nothing but childhood sports played by adults at a professional level. What are the games that we played as kids? First of all, Four Corners won, but you can't market that. Said number 2 was penny pitching. That's how the Line Coin League came. Nobody remember the conversations I had with my dad in front of my dad's house, saying, "Dad, I'm gonna start a penny pitching league." And he said, "Why would you do that? People could pitch pennies on the sidewalk in the alley." I said, "Yeah, but you can't sell jerseys for that." Nobody remember that after the marketing budget in the Amazon campaign. They're just like, "Oh my God, I used to play it," because Chicago people are everywhere. "Oh my God, I used to pitch pennies back in the project." Like, nobody funds the creator. The creator is on their own. That's no matter what you do. Nobody funds the creator. You got to create your own lane and your own market, and then people be like, "I knew he could do it." That's just the way colors run. White people will give money to anything because they don't care. They go to karaoke bars. They support like the aspiring artists, all that goofy stuff. Black people don't do that. Black people want to see you make it and they be like, "That's my boy." It's a cultural thing.
I love the way you sneak in these gems and then you can mix in coloreds and all that shit. I just want you to know, dirty folks. That's hilarious.
But yeah, I just want to put out there, like, when we talk about what Black people should take chances on, understand this, right? Again, we understand that most films are not financed, like, the stuff that we've heard of is not financed by the person themselves. So it's really not about them taking chances. It's really about them trying to convince others to take chances, right? Mm-hmm. And a lot of times, you got to go where the money is at. Disposable money, risk money that can be put on the table as a risk, right? You know, if you go to black people and you say, okay, well, you know, we want y'all to take a chance on this film, they got to have something disposable to where they can say, okay, if this thing don't do nothing, we can take the L. I mean, we always talk about how Disney is putting out a lot of trash right now that they know that we don't want to see, but they're trying to push an agenda. You know why? Because they can afford to. They're the biggest movie studio in the world, right? But when you're talking about, you know, what we're talking about, whether it be indie or, you know, a guy like Jordan Peele trying to convince someone to spend money on this film, I wonder how many people he went to that told him no. Because we talking about where he went, where they nodded, where they greenlit him. But what we're not talking about is, number one, how many places he went where they was like, nah, this ain't gonna work, or the films that exist right now that are on your streaming networks or anywhere else you want to find them, black film festivals that are the types of films that we're talking about that we haven't seen, ain't checking for. You know, you go on Netflix, you're going to see what they want to push to you, right? But you got to dig deep for this stuff that we're talking about, right? So again, what I'm saying is, if someone is lucky enough to sell, you know, a financier on their script, that's the first stepping stone. You got to be able to sell it. We talking about, you know, the people in Hollywood should be contributing to whatever films. They do that all the time. They do it all the time, right? Again, you mentioned Precious. Precious was something that they put some money behind. Sometimes the marketing budget is more than the film budget, or it's the same.
Yeah.
But they looked at Precious like, okay, this will work because it fits in a certain category. There's a market for a movie like Precious. There is. It falls into that, you know, downtrodden black woman or woman category. So we know what lane this can fit into. So when you're trying to carve a new lane, you really got to knock on a bunch of doors to get funding in the first place. So, you know, white people, black people, whatever people, sometimes you got to go get money from overseas. A lot of movies are funded by, you know, people in Europe, people in Saudi Arabia, whatever. It'd be people that don't care. They could throw money away, and if it work, it work, and if it don't, it don't. And to get on the average black person for not wanting to do that, I say again, for those people who are not Jordan Peele, you got to support them either by, again, go look for the crowdfunding, and you know, or when the films do come out, go see them in the theater.
Wait. I want to say something real quick. It's going to be 3 sentences. I promise. It's going to be real quick. Go ahead. When he said Asia, it just made me think of something. The reason that you really can't sell to black people also is because y'all don't stick to a code of culture. So I'll give you a perfect example because he said Asia. Asians, I remember being a kid learning how to break dance, watching my big cousin, emulating him doing, you know, cartwheels and, you know, whatever, helicopters. We did that for 4 years, then decided we didn't want to dance like that anymore. Asians been dancing like that for 30 years to the point they got it in the Olympics. I just watched it in the Seoul, like the Seoul World Games for breakdancing. You have particular things that are of yours, like penny pitching. In my saying, that people say, okay, something else comes. You have Gucci saying things like, "Don't sell to black people because they mess up your brand because they'll buy you for 3 years, then say that you're trash." Like, you got to decide when you say that you want to make a particular genre as men, because we're talking about as men. Because the women, gays, and felons, they like victim porn. They like to see prison men get emasculated. They like Triple Crown publishing books where the girl is the kingpin. They like that.
Right.
As men, you got to decide what you like and then just ram it. Like, you have to be the place. If people want to see this type of content, this is where you go. Right? Everybody does it. Even everybody does it. So that's all I was going to say, man. Asia may be your best market if you want to just be a man, because they will support your content quicker than they will in America because they're not as quick to flip-flop.
And if I could,
All right,
if I could chime in real quick.
I got you next, Nate. You probably gonna get damn near. Well,
No,
shit,
it's
Big
real
Kev,
quick.
I don't think
It's
you.
real
All right,
quick.
go ahead.
Real quick. There's a problem using the word support, gentlemen. Support is not a term you use in free market capitalism. You produce a magnificent product, people will come. Honda never asked for support. Toyota never asked for support. Walmart never asked for support. If we get about the business of producing magnificent products, goods, and services, we will not have to ask for support. Thank you.
I agree.
Right,
Red Tails was a magnificent product and it flopped.
That happens in capitalism.
And so does Anomalies in the other direction.
That I will use as an example.
That's fine. And that was mine. That was my example. So it goes both ways.
I don't have a problem with your example.
Y'all was real close to agreeing with each other.
I agree. Listen,
both this is my analysis of what
Nate
y'all
is
are
my
saying.
boy, man.
Nate
I got the problems with
Nate is saying that black people got to get out there and make certain type of movies, the type of movies that he want to see, and blah 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 blah. Keep It 100 is just saying that the movies that get made are quite often predicated on the market and what people will pay for. So I think the only conversation is, do black people really do black people en masse want the type of stuff that they say they want? You know, I think that's what it is.
Absolutely.
So like y'all are kind of in agreement. It's just that, you know, it's just all a matter of whether
Didn't
or
black
not
people want Wakanda or what was it, Black Panther?
More of
those.
You think, but we just finished saying that we don't make up the majority. So you think that the Wakanda thing was predicated, success was predicated on us going to see it?
It was predicated on the hype, the Marvel machine,
right, and the marketing dollars,
and it almost became a requirement for black people to go see it.
Well, if
you had to go see it,
but I think what he's saying, the amount of money that it made, basically white people went to go see it, and white people went to go see it largely because
the world went to
go. Let's get everybody's money.
Yeah.
Okay. We ain't Marvel.
That's true. That part is true.
You got to start somewhere. Exactly. Whoever wants to do movies has to start somewhere, sir.
Oh shit! I just realized, what was the name of that movie? It was called Slight. It was a movie. It was basically like, I want to say it was a black superhero movie, but it was a low budget about a black dude who just he was probably about a teenager, probably was in high school, and he had some kind of weird powers. It wasn't a big budget, but it was set up to where it ended in a way to where you made you think if they make another movie, if they get the funding, it'll probably be a big ass budget. Like those, like people be making those type of movies. I'm trying to think what's Slight at the movies. I gotta do some Googling. Like some of those movies exist, but again, do they make the money? Do they make the money? I'm like what Keep 100 is talking about. So like, as soon as I saw that movie Slight, and I don't know if this was before or after Black Panther. I don't know if it was before or after, but I know I made it a point to pay some money to watch that movie just because I liked what they was trying to do there. I like what they were trying to do there. It was a black movie that ain't have, actually they did kind of smuggle in some nigga shit in it, but it wasn't it would have did the same, it would have been the same movie minus the nigga shit, it was about a black guy who had some superpowers, and so it was okay. Here we go, 2016. Yep, that was before Black Panther. I'm trying to see what this movie made, and it was kind of low budget produced. Some of the actors, you recognize some of the faces, but it was a low budget ass movie.
So
and,
what
so those movies exist. It's just, are people really getting out to go see them?
That's part of my point, Nate. I agree with you. I tell people all the time, do not beg for support. My in any business, I don't care what you're doing. I 1,000% agree with you. Don't guilt your friends and say, hey,
exactly.
Don't do none of that. I'm not for none of that. So
that's
okay,
terrible.
I want to say that so that you understand that we are not 100% in disagreement. But at the same time, what I'm saying is, if you're the person who's saying, not the person that's putting out the magnificent product, I'm saying you're the person who's saying these things need to exist. So what I'm saying is support it. I'm saying support it, right?
Yeah, all right, check it out. This movie that I'm talking about called Slight, it was about a dude from the hood who had some slight superpower. It probably wasn't even a superpower. I think he created it through some technology with some electromagnetism shit in his hand where he can move stuff. He was basically using it to do, like, corner street tricks and car tricks and shit. And then it ended up developing into some, you know, lightweight diet Iron Man powers like it. But you could tell if they make another movie, he'll have a whole damn suit with it. But anyway, the movie, it took $250,000 to make it. I'm pretty sure I went to the movies to go see it. And yeah, I did. And that shit made $4 million. So I think that's what Nate is talking about right there. You know, a movie that was about a black kid. He's from the hood, but he was smart. He created some gadget that people thought he knew magic, and it turned into a superpower that he used like Iron Man, kind of. You know,
put the link in the chat or something like that. I've never heard of it. Again, that points to marketing, but I think that everybody
$250,000 budget, it grossed $4 million.
Everybody should be watching that tonight.
Yeah. But all right.
M. Night Shyamalan movies are very low to produce, and they go on to make 30, 40, $50 million. M. Night Shyamalan, The Sixth Sense was huge.
Who pays? I'm not challenging the idea.
No, my only point is the budget is small. $4 million. I believe $4 million could be raised in the Black manosphere for something. If your pitch is good enough.
That's again, okay, so now you're talking my language. If your pitch is good enough, number one, and people have to actually put the money on the
money
wood.
down. There's a lot of money floating around in the manosphere, though.
Right. I don't disagree with you. Put the money on the wood is what my point is. Put the money.
Pitch is first, though. The great idea is first. Then the money can come.
No, that's fine. Speaking of, the Green Gorilla was trying to put together a documentary. He was trying to raise money for that. Right? Didn't happen. Again, put the money on the wood. It was a great idea. Put the money on the wood. And that's what I challenge people with. Put the money on the wood.
You have been doing good.
Hey, here go that movie I was talking about. Shit, hold on. We about to watch the damn trailer of it. Hold on.
Yeah, let's do it.
Let me get some sound. Yeah, I remember I went to the movies to see this in 2016. Come on now. Okay, I think it's playing.
As you can see, there's no string at all. What's your name?
Holly.
You can grab it, Holly.
How did you do that?
WWE?
So you do magic?
I mean, a little. My dad passed a while back and my mom passed last year. It's just me and my little sister Tina. Love of my life.
What's up? You have been doing good. I've been hearing there's a new supplier in the area. Homie moves into our backyard to start selling like I don't exist. We're gonna pay him a little visit. Talk to him about etiquette. Sit down! Now! What the?
This is turning into something I would have never signed up for. I never thought it'd get dangerous. I just wish I could move Tina to a neighborhood with a better school, surrounded with better people.
You got my money?
I'm so bad.
I gave you a job when you needed it most. I'm gonna kill you and every person you know.
What's happening? Nothing you need to worry about. Just hard being a grown-up sometimes, that's all. I have no idea how this happened.
I'm gonna help you figure this out.
Anyone can learn a trick. I can do something no one else can.
Oh my God.
I need more power. This isn't for a trick, is it? There's a lot of things in our lives that can trap us. But these barriers only exist if we let them. You know, we can do whatever we want if we just believe we're able to.
So this doesn't appear to be like a black movie necessarily, but maybe more like a coming of age.
No, it's when I say it's a black cast, black is this a black production?
I mean, yeah, I'm pretty damn sure. I mean, everybody in the movie was black except his girlfriend.
So what I'll say is, looks like a quality product to me. I plan to watch it. How many of us are gonna watch this movie now?
Was Training Day a black movie?
As a black
director, huge black actor.
It's a Hollywood film.
It's a Hollywood. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's yeah. But this one just off budget alone, $250,000. It wasn't a Hollywood film with an unknown black actor who I can kind of see whatever little trials and tribulations he went through, his little power that he created. He was basically, I mean, he's on some Iron Man shit. I didn't even know they said that in the trailer. It said Chronicle, meets Iron Man. That's kind of what it is. It was like some. So yeah. And the next movie set it up to where he would have a whole damn, probably a whole damn suit, and then be probably fighting bigger crimes than dealing with the local drug dealers and shit. So I mean, there's black movies that got a different type of theme to it.
So
it all matter, do people go see them? But based off the budget, based off that $250,000 budget, people did go see that if they made $4 million. So I mean.
So I don't know Nate's definition of what a black film is, but what I will say is this. I would say this, right? Anytime you see a film come out that's outside of the Hollywood system, if it's an indie film and it's what you want to see, go see that movie, right? Go see that movie because sometimes even inside the system, even if you have a success story, it doesn't mean that Hollywood will continue that trend necessarily, right? So I think that the likelihood is higher that you'll get the sorts of films that you want to see that is outside of the standard fare if you go see or support, like he said, quality products that come outside of the system. And it would seem to me that as though this film, I can't really say, but it looks like something that came outside of the system, but was distributed to the theater. This is the type of film you support because, again, then they can turn out something else and they don't have to pitch it to the small hats. If you understand what I'm saying?
It's kind of like what happened with. There's a comic called, I believe, Black Sands, this Egyptian comedy.
Yeah.
And then you got the juxtaposition to Young Ripper. Young Ripper crowdfunded his comic book. Okay. Mm-hmm. Huge success. I think he raised $4 million. Highest amount raised. I bought it. SKC bought. A lot of people I know bought Young Ripper's comic book. Do you know that the people at Black Sands attacked Young Ripper? On their Instagram, they posted a picture of him with Kyle Rittenhouse and tried to call him a sellout and a loser because Young Ripper never said a word about them, never said a word about their comic, never disparaged it. Young Ripper's attitude was, hey man, another black comic, that's great. He addressed it on his show. He said, you all attacked me because my comic raised almost $4 million. See, Young Ripper takes the approach of not it being a black comic, even though the lead is black, there's other black characters. He just created a magnificent product and had an audience and created excitement in it. I think we should do that as black men. Young Ripper wanted everybody's money. I want everybody's money. I want black men to want everybody's money.
Yeah.
So I want black men to want everybody's money, but that's predicated on them getting access to the budget for what they're doing. We have to ask these people for money or it has to come from us. So if we're gonna say, well, black men should write scripts and ask the small hats for money, that's not the conversation I want to have. You understand what I'm saying? I want to have the conversation where, like I said, when I go to these sites or I go to these different things, I see, everything else getting funded in a way that what we're talking about does not. Nobody else has to go outside of their own group for funding. Only we do.
Time out. Young Ripper's money was probably 90% white. Keep it 100.
No, I'm saying
90% white. His money.
I'm saying, who's Young Ripper? He's a white guy or a black guy?
No, Young Ripper's a black.
Right. So
you're
making my point for me. What I'm saying is, it's great that he was able to do that. But what I'm saying is, again, he had to go to white people. Right. When I'm, again, when
he didn't go to white people, he talked to his audience. I'm just letting you know it's 90% white. He did not go to white people.
When you say the white people is his audience, what are you talking about? No, but you're talking about black films. And so everybody's not going to be Young Ripper.
No. I'm not talking about black films. I'm talking about films made by black people. That's, I think, the whole crux of this. I'm talking about a film that happens to be made by a great black director.
Just real quick, Nate. Hold on, real quick, Nate. So in Young Ripper, his comic is like the main character. I don't know that much about it, but you're saying like the main character that he's portraying.
It's a black
in there
man. It's centered around these black characters in this world he developed. Yes.
I love what you're saying right there and what you're talking about. And that mentality needs to exist too, to where you're just going to make a good product. You know, like if the majority of the people that buy it is black, that's great. But if you make something that's just good to the point to where people not even, I hate that term, I don't see race, but if people not even seeing the race, people not even seeing the race in it, they just say, hey, this is pretty good, I'm buying it. Then that's when you're really winning. So yeah, that's what's up.
I think
you put it much better than I have. That's winning.
We're having a difference of we're having like a communication error here. So I'm gonna ask Nate, what do you define as a black film? Just so we're clear and we're talking the same language.
A film that is marketed specifically to black people with a black friendly subject matter. That's how I would define a black movie. If you want to make those movies, that's fine. I just think we're limiting ourselves if that's all we're going to make.
The reason why I asked you
that will appeal to a larger audience.
The reason why I asked you that, because a second ago you said black director, black producer, right? And that's what you defined it as a second ago. Now you're saying
no. I didn't answer your question about defining it. I'm defining it right now, sir.
Okay, so that means is if the themes are directed to black people, then it's a black film.
No. Then
it doesn't matter who's directing it.
And it's marketed seemingly to black people. That, in my opinion, would be a black movie.
So then M. Night Shyamalan can make a black film, right? Under that premise. See, now you're struggling with your own definition.
He technically couldn't if I'm requiring a black director to do it. M. Night Shyamalan's Indian.
I understand that, but you're saying a black film is something that's marketed, directed to black people, and is black themed. So, but you left out who's making it. So again, I'm just trying to nail down. I'm not trying to get you on a gotcha shit. I'm trying to understand what you're defining as a black film.
I would think a black film would be produced by somebody black who
now you're adding that
interest in it.
Right.
And wants to appeal to black people specifically to come see the film.
Okay, so a black director, black producer, themes, and you
can have whites involved in technical stuff.
You got to run into a problem because I think even Hunter was about to say you got a black director, a black writer,
I'm not
black
saying
producers.
Everybody's got to be black.
No, I'm not saying.
But the movie, hold on. But the movie is about the Holocaust. Is that a black film? Is the black people produced it and made it? So we do run into a weird
right
when we talk about what's a black movie. But no, I always define it as this: that yes, it got a black writer, black director, and majority black cast. I normally define it as that. The only exception that I would make is that a white person may very well direct might direct something. Hell, like I mentioned, a white person directed Ali, or something like that. It's hard to say. That's not.
He uses white people to do his films. He got attacked for it.
So yeah, so it's kind of hard to say. I do want to go to Big Kev, but just one more little side note info on that movie Slight that I had showed. The guy who made that movie before that, the only thing that he had ever made was like some short films. He made like 3 short films. That was his first time actually making a full-length movie, and the shit was profitable. He made close to $4 million on it. So yeah, it's possible to slip through the cracks and get in there. So yeah, I do want to see more of that though. But Big Kev in the building. I think you've been waiting for a long time. You ain't said shit. So go ahead. You're probably gonna take us home. I should have been off the air a long time ago, but it got interesting. So go ahead, Big Kev.
Hey, how's it going? Yeah, man, I'm just the bus right quick. I don't know if you guys can hear me. Can you guys hear me clearly?
Man, it's like you in an aquarium.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, could you guys give me like 10 minutes? Just because I'm on the bus right quick.
I don't got 10 minutes. I'm gonna be out of here, bro. So you're gonna have to. Yeah, we
guys for hogging shit, man. I'm sorry.
Hold on. Wait, can you guys hear me now?
Yeah, go ahead. Make it quick.
Okay, yeah, perfect. Yeah, so all you guys make good points. Again, is if you want to see a Cardi product, you got to support it, end all be all. And in regards to the whole Color Purple thing, I just want to point out how that movie not only is it incredibly offensive, but it also doesn't
Which movie?
address the Color Purple.
Okay.
Yeah, how it doesn't address any of the historical events going on in that time. Okay, such as like World War One.
Bruh, I can't. I'm not hearing you. I'm not hearing you. Sorry. It ain't
Yeah,
working,
that's what I'm
bro.
saying. Yeah, like I was trying to hop on earlier, but it's a little bit late.
I apologize, man. I'm sorry.
Apologies. They had something going. I had to see where this was gonna go. My bad. But no, you.
Oh no, you're fine.
But all right, yeah. So he got to hit us on another topic. But True Hype said most filmmakers don't have to go to market strategy, and I know most decent YouTubers are more savvy than the arts type of filmmakers. Thank you for the super chat. Do appreciate that. Appreciate everybody supported the stream. And yeah, we about to get the hell up out of here. I'd like to thank everybody who participated in the stream. I appreciate each and every one of you. And with that said, ladies and gentlemen, we are out of here. Peace. We gone.
Peace.